infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power. Infinite power. infinite power.
History is defined by moments. A single point which alters perceptions, causes change, or does something never seen before. Some moments last for generations, while others are gone in the blink of an eye. This weekend, we create a moment as the 4 biggest leagues in Community Rocket League come together for a display of captivating competition and creativity. How long will this moment last? Well, that all lies with you. So share, clip, chat, watch and enjoy as these players come together for a spectacle like the world has never seen. History is defined by moments, and the biggest ones? Well, they start as movements. Welcome, one and all, to the first ever Community Clash.
Gotta go now. What a great pinch by Burrito. That ball's all the way back to the outside. And Wolf sends it back to the other. What a great shot! Holy cow, Conway!
They're making them question whether they can go for it or not. Top shelf is good, Vulcan! Forced overtime at least. Give them a second life. Holy, no, is he gonna do it?
In the way, opportunity for the demolition. Can they put it on net? The shot coming in play.
Oh my goodness! Big Leo, are you going to do something insane?
Into an even contest. Oh, what a pitch! They score! Oh, that was just.
Control this, get it up high off the backboard, push it up toward the middle, trying to get another touch. Do we have it? Unbelievable play right there.
No question here, but right off a kickoff again. H count off the backboard. Count! You could not stop.
Challenging Boog just booms it right into the waiting hands of Lyrics, who finds the angle.
8 goals scored so far, 4 apiece for both Seattle and Utah. Now 5 on that redirect by
Kansas City just has to play the way they've been playing this one. What a
Right for the pass, Nixon, but Nixon is on it with speed. Gets a bump on one of the last defenders. Sky Zero cleared out. Uses a lot of boost to touch it again and does. Potentially another one. Unique.
Oh, that could be the game!
And it's it!
Oh my gosh, San Diego coming back!
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the first ever community clash. 4 North American juggernauts of Rocket League coming together in a culmination of Rocket League brilliance. It is an absolute pleasure to join you for this event. I will be your host, Rhino Boy. As I say, I absolutely cannot wait to get things underway. And as you can see below me, we have quite an assortment of pre-jump people for you today. First, over on my right, we have a man who has casted for MLE for a season and a half, while also manning the RLCS stream for WCB and an upcoming cast for Team Boulevard. Welcome to the broadcast booth. Ajax, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing great. I'm looking for some great Rocket League here, a bunch of great teams, but I'm pretty hyped for this.
Absolutely. You feeling good about MLE's chances this weekend?
I am feeling incredible, and this may be a little bit of caster bias for me, but I think that we have the best chance to take it home here. We have 2 incredible teams bringing us in, and I think we have a good chance.
Absolutely. We'll come back to Ajax a little bit later to talk some MLE, but right below me, you can see him there. The fire might not be on, but it definitely is in his heart. A caster with 4 seasons of RSC experience and college Rocket League to boot. Please welcome to the broadcast booth, Baz Radala. How are you today, sir?
Oh, I'm having a good day, my man. Hopefully you're doing just as well.
I thank you very much. I'm doing very, very well. I've got to ask you about the RSC chances. How are you feeling coming into this weekend?
My man, I would be a liar if I didn't say I wasn't nervous for sure. There's a lot of incredible talent that's going to be on the pitch tonight. So for sure, I guess the only way to really see is to kind of wait and see how this kind of shapes up and go from there.
Absolutely, and we certainly will see how it shapes up. Matches start at 7 o'clock EST. Can't wait for that. But we can't move forward until I have introduced the final member of my desk here for the pre-jump. He has been a member of United Rogue for the last 5 years with broadcasting and commentary knowledge in that league. Please welcome to the booth, Pyar Squared. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing well, and 5 years. I mean, that's such a long time, and it's really all just flown by. I remember when I first joined United Rogue late 2019, it's been an absolute wild ride since then. And I know you're going to ask about the teams in UR, but it's going to be a little bit difficult for me because I do actually split my time between UR and MLE as well. So I mean, my heart's kind of in both places.
Your heart may be in both places, but I'm going to focus with you on UR for the moment. And even if your heart is split, can you give some hype for these UR representatives here?
I really think that the UR teams that they have picked to represent our league are going to have a lot to bring to the table. Vancouver and Jersey both are very high staples in Ramen Bowl, which is our highest league. And Jersey for their part, they were actually the runners up in the Ramen Bowl League in our preceding season that ended a couple months ago. So I expect a lot from both of these teams as we move into this community clash.
Absolutely. Expecting a lot. Expectations are certainly at an all-time high across all 4 leagues. No one wants to go home with no wins, that is for sure. And we will see what happens after day 1. As I just bring to your attention the format for this weekend. All matches will be best of 5 until the grand final, which will be a best of 7. Now, something a bit quirky about this event is that each game in each match will rotate between 3v3 and 2v2. What that means is in BO5s, there is a maximum of 3 3s games and 2 2s games. Game 1, 3, and 5 will be 3v3. Games 2 and 4 will be 2v2. In the grand final, there is a maximum of 4 3s games and 3 2s games, with games 1, 3, 5, and 7 being 3v3 and 2, 4, and 6 being 2v2. That adds a little bit of jeopardy for the teams and also means that our brothers in the FDL aren't quite as pushed to the side as maybe they would have been in a 3s competition. As you can see on your screen, in round 1, all first seed teams from each league will play a second seed team from a different league. It is absolutely impossible for both teams from a league to play each other unless they are able to make it to the grand finals, which some people have actually predicted. So we will now go through and talk about each of these individual teams, what they bring to the community clash, and what we should expect to see from each of them. So with that said, let's get straight on to the MLE Hurricanes. They will be up in our first game, consisting of Alfredo, Wolf, Massimo, and Bolio. A great team, Ajax. 1 MLE seemed to be pretty simple for them. How do you think they will fare tonight?
I think that they're going to do really well. If you look at how they did in MLE, they absolutely steamrolled through this past season. They went 11-2 and won the threes championship, losing to the next team that we're going to have a little bit later, and they took them to 6. This is an incredible team. And talking to someone very familiar with them, they said Hurricanes are one of the greatest threes team in modern PL history. So I think that puts the cherry on top and shows that they can really dominate. And I'm expecting them to give the Monkeys a really tough match.
I'm absolutely sure they will run for give them a really in this team that we should be looking out for specifically.
I think so. Alfredo is probably one of the best players on this team. Is just such an impressive player. But on the side of the twos, Wolf is definitely the twos carry. He's a very solid player. Not as great in threes for the rotations and stuff, but still very, very solid. I'm not trying to degrade him or anything, but yeah, if we're going with threes, Alfredo's your guy.
Absolutely. I see Pi Squared nodding and agreeing with that. Just coming over to you. I mean, talk to me about Alfredo. What do you see from him that he's going to bring?
It's just going back to the split between UR and MLE, right? I was actually blessed enough to be able to commentate the threes grand final for MLE this past season, and Alfredo, like alluded to in the previous commentary, was just absolutely popping off in that grand final. So I expect to see a lot more of that as we go through into the threes games. As far as the 2v2 is concerned, it's going to be a little bit different because there were different teams that were in that twos grand final for MLE. But I mean, the Hurricanes, the way that they play is so antagonizing to the other teams. So I expect a lot of sparks to fly when it comes to game time.
Absolutely, for sure. Just want to come back to Ajax for a moment. MLE have a threes league and a twos league. So do you think the format of this tournament being threes and twos actually benefits the MLE over all of the other leagues here?
I think it absolutely does, because you get an interesting combination where your threes team is also kind of your twos team, which I think is really, really beneficial here. No team can really only focus on one of their modes, and they get really good synergy in both. And I think that the Hurricanes are going to show that. That being said, I think that if it was just threes, that would be even better for the Hurricanes, because we have the Frontier Doubles League that definitely has the advantage in doubles. And so if we took that out, then I think MLE would dominate even more. I'm not saying that we won't dominate. We would just dominate even more.
Very interesting. Good from Ajax. So let's swap over to the team that the Hurricanes will be playing in that game number 1, and that is the FDL Monkeys. This is going to be Chris with a K, Tunloink, and Owam representing our wonderful league. And I've got some notes here which I kind of want to talk through. They somehow made grand finals last season. Absolutely no idea how they're here, but they did indeed make it, and they earned their spot as well, beating some seriously good teams on the way to that grand final. Unfortunately for the Monkeys, they do have a slight history of getting first rounded in playoffs. They've done it for about 5 seasons, I think, over their history in the FDL, and I think all of them were consecutive until this most recent season, which obviously Chris was able to pull it over the line. I was talking to Chris before the game as well, and he has absolutely guaranteed that Monkeys will be winning at least 2 games in this first match. We have no idea whether they actually will or not, of course, but that is what I have been guaranteed by the captain of the Monkeys. Just going to ask a general question, actually, to my desk. Does anyone have any experience with any of these 3 players? Anything that they'd like to mention? Because we've seen them a lot on this Twitch channel, that's for sure. I didn't think so. That explains a lot. Yeah, that's fair enough. Hey, I had to throw it out there. Listen. It's all good. I thought I would put it out there, and I regret my decision. So. FDL Monkeys taking on the MLE Hurricanes. We are going to get on to some predictions. Ajax. Now, the way we're going to work these predictions is if you represent a league that is involved in a game, I'm not going to ask you for a series score, right? I'm not going to ask you who wins, Monkeys or Hurricanes, because that's outrageous. What I want you to give me is a specific game prediction. What is it going to be? 3-1, 3-2? How does it go? Is it a sweep? So Ajax, going to come first to you, representing MLE, of course, so I need a proper score prediction for the game. How much is MLE going to win by?
I think you said that the Monkeys guaranteed that they're going to take 2 games. And I think that that is complete BS. This is going to be a sweep. 3-0. MLE's going to dominate here.
3-0 sweep predicted by our resident MLE representative. Basradala, going to come to you first. You've heard the arguments for both teams. Where do you think this one lies?
I also split some of my time into MLE, so I have had the luxury of kind of following the Hurricanes a fair bit, and I'm not going to lie to you, if I picked anything other than what Ajax just said, I think I'd be going crazy. Nope.
Yeah, I think we just lost you for a moment, Basradala, but I assume it was a sweep, yes?
Yeah, no, like I was saying, for sure, 100% on my end, I'm almost guaranteeing a 3-0 sweep. In the same way we would see what Ajax was saying. I mean, they play tremendously well together. It's an incredibly quick rotation. And I don't know, I haven't seen the Monkeys play before, but for any team, realistically, it's going to be a difficult uphill battle to climb.
Absolutely, Pi Squared. Do you echo what the rest of our panel said, or are you coming over to the Frontier Doubles side?
I don't know if I'm going all the way over. I really do expect I really expect the Monkeys to be able to at least get 1 game of 2s. So I expect this to at least go 4 games, and I think the Hurricanes are going to win this series 3-1. Like I was saying earlier, it's a really difficult play style that the Hurricanes play, and if they execute that at a high level, like we saw them do in the grand final for MLE on the 3s side, I think that there's going to be a long road ahead for these Monkeys. The way that they just get after you, they play very physically, and they can get you off of your game if you're not careful. Now, on the 2 side, it's a little bit different because there's so much more space on the field, but you still have to be careful that you maintain your rotations. You make sure that you're looking over your shoulder to avoid those kinds of demolitions and bumps and things that would open up your net otherwise. But I mean, the Hurricanes, with the amount of talent that they bring, and honestly, my unfamiliarity with the Monkeys and the roster that they bring, I really like the Hurricanes in this one.
Absolutely. I do have to say that although I am the host, I am also the FDL representative on this desk. So I am going to say that every single one of the people in this desk is wrong. Let's go, monkeys. Absolutely. This to peak. Let's have it. Let's go. Okay. Absolutely. Anyway.
I think that what we found is that me and Bastardala are the smartest on this desk.
Hey, the game's not being played yet. We don't know who's smart yet. We're not looking into crystal balls, all right? Come back and talk to me after the game's done, and we'll see who the smart one is. Okay? FDL for life, right there. Anyway, I may have got a bit excited and the mic peaked. My apologies to Thor, who's our production manager. Anyway, we will move on to the second game of the evening, which is going to start at 8:15 EST. And we are switching sides onto RSC Eggplants, represented by Fluffy, General Zippy, and Likewise this evening. And our resident Rocket Soccer Confederation expert, Bas Radala, going to come to you for a little bit on these players. I mean, this is a seriously good team, right?
For sure. And I mean, so this is going to be coming from the master tier. It won't be coming from our premier tier, but these guys are definitely no slouch whatsoever. Last season, they won their tier championships. They readily compete with a lot of players through six-man, some other various forms against premier players. So they're definitely a high octane team for this master tier. But I will also say one of the benefits that they have, Fluffy and Likewise, also Rob as well, play very highly in the RSC 2s side of things. They actually play in the premier end of the 2s. So I think their best bet is actually going to be in the 2s games as compared to 3s.
That's a really interesting take. Absolutely. Especially with, as we say, a doubles league already present. If you think it's going to go in the 2s, that's very interesting. I mean, I kind of want to talk to you about Fluffy, right? There's already a little bit of conversation happening in the chat about this man. Main scorer, 17 goals. Talk to me, because I mean, this guy's a freak of nature, right?
For sure. I mean, he's definitely going to be expanding the pitch and the presence that this team is going to have. He likes to fly pretty high. He spends a much higher percentage in the top third of that, or high aerial, I guess, is his track through ball chasing. So you'll probably see him contesting a lot very quickly, very high up in the air, and it's really transferred well into the scoring column with getting him 17 goals through 24 games. So he'll definitely be a player you'll want to be watching throughout this series.
Yeah, absolutely. One more thing I kind of want to bring up to you is, unfortunately, the Eggplants had a few rank ups from their championship season last season, right? So Fluffy and Rob returning to the lineup, but do you think there's going to be a potential issue of communication or cohesion with this team at all?
I'm gonna be honest, and it's one of the reasons why I've been a little nervous. Beginning stages of RSC threes in the season, yes, there's a little bit of time that's taken to kind of develop chemistry and develop just some good communication with the team. So I'm really wondering how it's gonna pan out. But Nick M, the franchise manager, normally builds really good close knit teams. So I don't think for most teams that could be an issue, but for this team, I don't think that'll be too much of an issue.
Not too much of an issue. Let's hope so as they kick off our second game against, from United Rogue, the Vancouver Wild, represented by your Dylan and Arrow. Pi R squared. I mean, this is an all-star roster, isn't it?
I mean, you could certainly make the argument, right? And the way that they started last season left a little bit to be desired, but the way that they finished it was absolutely incredible, going on a fantastic run. I mean, going from 1-3 to 9-6 total. I mean, rattling off like 8 straight wins to end of the season. And unfortunately, their playoff run, they kind of ran into another freight train in Mexico City, who ended up going on to win it all in Ramen Bowl. But you look at the roster that they're able to field. Arrow in particular is going to be the one that I think you should pay a lot of attention to. They're going to do a lot of damage on the offensive end. They were second in total goals scored for Ramen Bowl last season with 75. And Dylan also is no slouch offensively either. and really rounding out that roster is UR, who's very, very good on the defensive end as well. So I think all the way through striking, midfield, defense, this team really has a lot going for it in this series.
Yeah, something I want to bring up is obviously GM'd by DB3, and they've been a team for a good few seasons now. It's quite difficult in Community Rocket League for sure to maintain a roster for longer than a season or two. Really, it's not very often that kind of happens. You normally have players chopping and changing. I mean, how lucky is that GM to have had this team for as long as they have and made playoffs for the last 3 seasons?
I mean, it's really a testament to not only these players wanting to play together, but being able to do so at such a high level. And really, Vancouver was an expansion franchise that came into our league a couple seasons ago. And really, ever since then, it's been consistent performance from Vancouver in the Ramen Bowl League. And really, it's just a testament to how well these players play together and their willingness to not only do that, but also improve on a season-by-season basis.
Absolutely. So with that said, we need to get onto our predictions. Of course, Bass and Pi, you will be predicting the series score, but Ajax, you have the nice and easy job of just telling me who is winning this one, Eggplants or Vancouver Wild.
I'm not too familiar with either of these teams, but I do like the name Eggplant better. So I got to go with them. I think they're going to take it home.
Absolutely. Bass, obviously representing RSC at this desk. What is the series score, my man?
Oh my goodness, man. And I'll probably game. I think RSC's got a good chance to take those 2s matches, but my man, it'll be a fun one for sure.
It will be a fun one. So just to clarify, you think it's 3-2?
I think it'll be 3-2 in favor of the Vancouver Wild, yeah.
Oh, that's not how this prediction thing's meant to go. What a guy. What a guy. Giving them 2 games, though, I respect that. Pi, coming over to you. I mean, Vancouver Wild, how many games do they win this by?
I'm actually going to echo Bass on this prediction here. I think it goes the full 5 games. It's really going to come down to, for Vancouver, which team shows up. I mean, is it going to be the early season that we saw, or is it going to be the later season where they were just absolutely running the table? But I think the longer that this series goes on, the more that it favors Vancouver in the end. And the fact that that final game 5 is going to be a 3s matchup, I think really will play into their hands. Unfortunately, again, don't really know enough about Eggplant, but I believe, given their 2's prowess, that they're going to be able to pull at least 2 games out of this series.
Okay, I think that's a long-winded way of saying 3-2 to the Vancouver Wild. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm just messing. I'm just playing. I get a nice, easy prediction here. I do think the Vancouver Wild are going to win as well. We're 3-1 on the desk in that favor. Sorry, Ajax. I know I can't go with you as much as I would love to. I think the big crux of the matter here is if Vancouver can take that second game. If Vancouver win the second game in the 2s, I think it's wraps, and I think it's a sweep. But I think it's either a sweep or it's a 5-game series. I don't think there is any chance of a 3-1 here. So I'll give it to the Wild. I'll give it in 5 games because we're all doing it for the content here, and that would be great for our socials. So let's have that, please. That would be great. So those are the first 2 games. We then have another game coming at you at 9:30 p.m. EST, and taking to the field in that one will be the United Rogue Jersey Jackals. Now, we've just spoken to Pi about the Vancouver Wild, but now we have to switch sides and talk about the number 1 seed coming out of UR. I believe they are the number 1 seed. Which is Sizz, Poofy, and Mayo. Substitute, obviously, Lottie Lettuce, who, I mean, Lottie Lettuce on the bench is also a bit of a surprise one. Legend of the FDL for certain, and making his way over to UR. But first, I want to talk to you, Pi, about Sizz and Poofy. I mean, those 2 have been playing forever together, right?
Absolutely, and to be honest, if Lottie has to come off of the bench, arguably one of the greatest players that Rocket League has ever seen, I think it's game over at that point. But the lineup that they have going for them right now, Sizz, Poofy, and Mayo, those top two players, Sizz and Poofy, have been playing for a couple seasons now. They're very, very well as a dynamic duo, and the chemistry that they have cannot be understated. Now Mayo's going to come in. They were the substitute. I can't really say substitute. They were the fourth player on that 4-man roster essentially last season, where they got to the grand finals for Ramen Bowl. And I really think that this is going to be a great showing from them. Not only were they able to consistently perform throughout the regular season, they went on a fantastic run in the playoffs where they swept the first 2 rounds and then unfortunately again ran into the buzzsaw that was Mexico City last season. And it's really, they don't have the quite the offensive output that I would say that Vancouver is capable of, but they can still get it done on the offensive end. And I think there's going to be a lot of flashy plays that come along with the Jersey Jackals.
I absolutely don't doubt it. I mean, you don't get to 16 straight series in a season without those flashy plays. Talk to me about a specific kind of main man on this Jersey Jackals side, because as we've said, with Lottie Lettuce being on the substitutes bench, we kind of have 3 players here who almost have a little bit to prove, maybe being overshadowed a little bit by Lettuce in the regular season. So who in this lineup do you really expect to step up and be counted tonight?
I think it's going to be a continuation of what we saw in the UR Ramen Bowl last season. I think Poofy is going to be your guy in terms of who's going to step up and really elevate this team to a potential series victory in this first round. I mean, they were leading in almost every category that you can think of besides, assists and saves, but it was really close between Poofy and Sizz. But I mean, again, that dynamic duo, they both perform at a very high level and they really complement each other on the field. So if Poofy is doing well, I expect Sizz to be up there, right there at that level.
Okay, really interesting. Good insight. Thank you very much, Pi, for that. Switching sides to who they're playing in that 9:30 game, they will be playing the minor league esports side of the Bulls with Snipes, Steez, and I don't actually have the information for who their third player is. I have to be honest. I believe it was supposed to be someone. They pulled out. There's a lot of go with the flow. It says Mixter on the screen with Blade as a substitute. But I do not believe Mixter is going to be here tonight. I do not believe he's available. So it may be Blade. With that said, Ajax, talk to me about this Bulls side. I mean, even without Mixter in the side, Snipes and Steez are still top tier players, right?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. If we want to talk about impact players, we cannot not talk about Steez. Steez has an impressive resume, especially in the mechanics and freestyling world. He caught top 10 in the Ford freestyling competition in RLCS, which is absolutely incredible. So in the twos, I think that they have a really solid chance if they get that space and take advantage. And if Steez can pull off a couple of mechanics, that would be really good. I think the fact that they don't have their usual third is going to hurt them a little bit in the threes, and I'm a little bit worried for that. But if they can get 1 threes game and then take the twos games, I think they have a really good path to win. I think their twos lineup is absolutely unstoppable, and Steez needs to be on target right now.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to ask you, Ajax, like, is this the game that you would pinpoint as the flashy plays game, right? This is the game that will probably provide the most clips, the most kind of outrageous touches, flips, plays. That this is the one you're going to pinpoint for the evening, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Steez has to be on point, and if we can get 2 twos games, I would be really happy because that means a lot more space for Steez to cook, trying I'll do a couple double taps, maybe a ceiling shot or 2. That would be really nice. Get some clips for the socials.
We need all the clips we can get, Ajax. That is for sure. I'm actually going to go over to Pi real quick, just because we've talked a bit about the Bulls' ability in that twos kind of game. Is that something that should be concerning the Jackals, or is it that Sizz and Poofy have such an amazing duo that actually we probably could see one of the twos games of the night in this lineup?
It's gonna be, I want to say a toss up, but really it leans more in the Bulls' favor, right? Because in this past MLE season, the Bulls were actually in both the grand finals for twos and threes. They won the twos, they lost the threes. So I think in that area, like Ajax was saying, in twos, where you have a little bit more space to work with, those mechanics that Steez brings to the table are going to shine a little bit brighter than in the threes games. In terms of how they match up against Jersey, I mean, it's really going to come down to how well that duo plays in Sizz and Poofy against Steez and whoever they decide to put out for that twos matchup. And I mean, the roster that they had for the twos grand final was actually Steez and Just Tuck. And I mean, I was looking over the rosters for this event. It looks like Just Tuck is actually on an FDL team, the Dragons. So it's interesting to see how that's going to be, and how they separate from the team that actually brought them the success in that twos grand final championship at MLE.
Don't you worry, we will get onto that very soon. Absolutely. But no, should be a very interesting game. Very excited. Two teams with actually not their full strength lineups. There's going to be substitutes in play. There may be some communication issues, but that should allow for some very, very exciting plays and rotations. So as we always do, going to come to Ajax first for a prediction. Jersey Jackals, Bulls. Who have you got?
This is a really tough one. I think that this is the match of the night if you want to pinpoint one to say, yeah, this is the one you want to tune into. I think that the Bulls really need to take at least one game of threes to really be doing well here. I think that if they can do that, they have the series. If they cannot, then they're definitely going to lose it. I think they have a really solid chance at the twos. And because of that and a slight MLE bias, I'm going to have to give it to the Bulls. I think they're going to take it out in 5. They're going to clutch up last second. Give me 3-2 for the Bulls.
3-2 for the Bulls. Bas Radala, I've got to come to you next. I mean, there's been a lot of conversation as the mediating party. Where do you stand?
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really watched either team, but from what I'm hearing, it definitely seems like the Bulls are gonna be ride or dying on those twos matches, which that's gonna be a lot of stress and a lot of pressure coming in through a 5-game series where you're kind of just mentally chalking up the first and third game and saying, hey, if we take 2 and 4, we might be able to get to 5, or maybe we can steal 3 and we'll take the series. So I think the Jackals probably feel pretty confident coming into this series, but I would say probably Jackals take this 3-1. They'll end it actually on that second twos match.
Jackals in 4. I don't think that's going to be a common prediction. Pi, gonna come over to you. You are representative. I would assume you're giving this one to the Jackals, but in how many?
I'm actually gonna go against the grain here because I'm seeing a lot of stuff in chat about who is or who is not going to be actually playing in this series. So it's really coming down to who is on the field for both of these teams. But with the lineup that the Bulls have, if Steez is able to pop off like I've seen him do consistently, in the MLE playoffs we had this past season, also his performance in UR as well. I really think that the Bulls have an opportunity here to knock off the Jersey Jackals, and I really think this is. I think it's going to go 4 games. I think it's going to be 3-1 in favor of the Bulls, and the way it gets there is if the Bulls, again, if they're able to take one of those threes games, whether it's the first or third game, it's going to come down to the results in those.
Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. I'm going to go for a 5-game series, A, for the content, but also because I feel like these two teams, based on what we've all said, are really quite evenly matched and could be very, very close. For me, this game is all going to come down to how that third man plays, right? The people who you don't play with as often, certainly not in like proper competitive games, it's more difficult to have those kinds of communications with them when you get into the service. So going to be interesting to see how both teams adapt, but I personally am going to give it to the Jackals in 3. I think they may be able to shut down Steez in that kind of threes environment where it's a bit quicker, a bit more congested, and they'll pull it out. But don't get me wrong, this game could go absolutely either way, and should be one not to be missed. Just like the final game of the day is not one to be missed. 10:45 this evening Eastern Standard Time is your chance to see the Frontier Doubles League Dragons. The Prosperity 2K, Just Tuck, and Gucci team will be taking to the field. One Elite League. Unfortunately, Mike isn't available this weekend, which is why Gucci is standing in. And of course, you may recognize Just Tuck as someone we have talked about earlier. But we, as I say, it's one of those things we just need teams, and he happens to be on two of the best teams in two of the best leagues. So it's one of those things when you're that good, you have to play twice on a night. It is what it is. But we have some amazing players here. I mean, we've already waxed lyrical a little bit about Just Tuck, but averaging almost 2 goals per game last season and playing in about 13 of those series is really, really impressive. Did some absolutely fantastic work, and I may have exaggerated the number just a bit. The quick maths in my head didn't quite work out. But they did manage to win the grand finals in a sweep, no less. They were the best team in FDL, and by some way. So don't sleep on this Dragons team, because they absolutely will be coming for blood in this tournament. I have no doubt about that. Let's quickly discuss Just Tuck, right? Because we kind of mentioned him earlier. We know him by different names. Pi, I believe you're most familiar with this man's play. Tell me what he brings to a more doubles-sided team.
Well, you could see they were paired with Steez in that MLE Grand Final for twos, and the one that they were able to pull out in 7 games. It was a fantastic finish to that series. There's a clip out there. Go out and watch that if you have the time, because it's a fantastic ending to that Game 7 series. My goodness, but I wouldn't say they were necessarily overshadowed by Steez. I would just say there were a lot more eyeballs on Steez whenever he had the ball, wondering, okay, what is he going to do? What's he going to pull out of his bag of tricks? And that really, I think, allowed Just Tuck to kind of be that roaming presence in the midfield and allowing Steez to get those setups and go for those individual plays, and then going in and cleaning things up whenever things would go wrong or get kicked aside from the net. And their defense as well is one of their strong points, and was instrumental in being able for the Bulls to take that twos series. So, I mean, it's not really so much that they can't perform, it's that they allow their teammates to kind of do their job.
Absolutely, and letting their teammates do their job is one of the things that Prosperity 2K often feeds on. An exceptional player in FDL as well has the stats to back it up. Should be one to watch, certainly, for this evening. Prosperity and Tuck playing together, along with Gucci, of course, coming in as the sub for Mike, but should still be able to put on one hell of a show, going against the RSC Glacier Mint side at 10:45 this evening. Bass finally gets the chance to get back on the mic, talking about some RSC, tons, Spark, Nova, and Geherpaderp. I'm going to have fun with that one later when I'm super tired. Talk to me about this team, Bass. What do they bring?
So this team is kind of in a total rebuild. Last season, they actually really kind of crumbled right before the playoffs. They looked really strong coming in through the series, into the season, and then really just kind of fell apart. But with their rebuild, they have Spark Nova, Tons, Geherpaderp, all sitting above a 50 SPV pretty loftily. For those of you who aren't familiar, RC with stats-based value tracks all of its like goals, assists, and saves, compiles into a metric, and spits out a number. 50 sitting pretty average for the league. Geherpaderp, the lowest of the 3 starters, is at 56.9, Tons 67.8, and Spark Nova at 72.1. So they have 2 of the actually higher scoring and better playing players in the master tier. It'll be pretty interesting to see, though, as this team is 12-12. They're still kind of getting their footing together for this season for RSC. So we'll see, I guess, this more of like a wild card team coming out of RSC here.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk to you about what you mean when you say the wildcard team, because right now their season isn't actually going great, even though on paper they are arguably one of the best teams in the league for RSC. talk to me a little bit about maybe some of the problems that they're having that they will need to remedy in this game.
Well, I'm gonna say for Master Tier, at least, as I've been seeing, a lot of the teams that are struggling, like this team specifically, have been struggling to control kind of the midfield. They're letting up too many shot opportunities against their own goal, and while yes, they're saving quite a few of them, they're not able to translate that into rapid counterattacks. They're not able to get it out of their back third, so they're spending a lot of time playing defense. That's kind of why I say I think this team's going to be more like a wild card team because and the wins that they do win, they play well. They're able to quickly snap back any form of shots and return it across the pitch and really establish an offensive presence pretty quickly. Uh, but in their losses, it's definitely a tale of two stories. It's definitely not not what you'd like to see for sure. So we'll see. We'll see how this team kind of plays out here.
Yeah, we will. And talk to me about kind of like a star player who you think might be able to get it done for this team tonight, because it's always nice to be able to pinpoint someone and say, right, if you're having a good game, this team is having a good game. And some teams need that. Is there someone in this lineup who you look at and go, right, if that guy's online, there's a chance?
Oh, for sure. It's going to be Spark Nova, even though he's only got 9 goals through his 13 games played for this team here. He actually had to sit out a couple series. He has 15 assists and 19 saves through 13 games. So he is very easily facilitating their offense in a way that you really love to see out of a nice solid threes team, and it definitely shows that he trusts his teammates to put some shots in the net. So I definitely say if we're going to be paying attention to anybody, it's going to be Spark Nova for sure.
Gonna be Spark Nova. Well, let's switch and pay attention to the predictions. Ajax, gonna come to you first, as I always do. We've made some points for the Dragons, made some points for Glacier Mint. Who, based on what we've said, is gonna be bringing this W out?
I think that if Glacier Mint can clutch up and really play their game, then their peak is higher than the Dragons' peak. And that being said, I think that is what they're going to do. They're going to dig deep. This is a big stage to be put on, and they're going to beat the Dragons.
They're gonna beat the Dragons. Okay, Bas Radala, coming over to you. I need a series score, my man. Glacier Mint, Dragons, who has got it?
My man, I think it's going to be a tremendous series, at least for our ratings for sure. As I'm pretty sure it's going to go to 5, but I think we're definitely going to see Glacier Mint taking it in that 5th game there.
5-game series, 3-2. Coming over to Pi Squared. Talk to me, Dragons, Glacier Mint. Can I do anything to get you on the FDL side?
This is interesting, right? Because this is the first matchup that we've talked about where I really don't have a dog in this fight. Just going off of the talking points that we have and the struggles that both teams have faced, I think I'm with you on this one, and I think that it's going to go 4 games. The Dragons are going to be able to pull this one out. I really think they're going to be close. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be a slog fest for both of these teams to try and get through, but ultimately on top, I think, are the Dragons.
Yeah, I have to be honest. Neither of these teams particularly come into this game with a lot of momentum. And that's something that concerns me a little bit, but also could make for the best game of the entire evening, right? 2 teams who are looking to find that form, coming in and trying to get the dub for their respective leagues. Remember, it's not just for yourself; you're playing for your league at the end of the day. For me, I have to go with the Dragons, right? FDL for life. But what I think the series is going to be, I desperately want it to be a 5-game series. I know I think I've predicted that for every single game so far tonight, but this one is the one I feel most confident about going the distance. I think these 2 teams are really evenly matched, really well put together, and it really could go either way on the day. And we will tune in at 10:45 EST to see that game. With that said, we have covered all of the games for this evening, and just to run them down again for everyone watching so you know when to tune into the stream tonight, we will be starting in about 15 minutes, 7 o'clock. Okay, we will see the Hurricanes taking on the Monkeys. Then at 8:15 EST, we have the Eggplants taking on the Vancouver Wild. Next up at 9:30, it's the Jackals, Jersey Jackals, taking on the Bulls. And last but not least, at 10:45 this evening, it's the Dragons taking on Glacier Mints. The winners of each game, as you can see, will go through to our semi-finals tomorrow, as well as the winners of those games going through to our grand finals. It's single elimination, folks. You lose, you go home, and you have dishonored your league, dishonor on your cow. It's all over the place, okay? So every team should be coming in here desperately trying to win. Ajax, going to come over to you first. Closing remarks about this weekend.
Again, I may be slightly biased.
Okay.
But MLE is the best league here. They are going to represent this weekend. The Hurricanes and the Bulls are going to be in the grand finals together. And my prediction for that, I think that the Bulls are going to take it.
Wow. Okay. Going all the way through to tomorrow's prediction. Love that. Bas Radala, coming over to you next. RSC expert. How do you see this weekend panning out?
I think it's going to be fantastic. It's really nice to see these different Rocket League communities coming together. I'm really hopeful that RSC teams do well, though I will say, closing remark here, they are from the master tier, so they're not actually from the top tier. So any teams they upset, I'm just saying there might be a little bit of smack talk coming your way.
I bet there will. And lastly, our United Rogue expert, Pyar Squared. Closing remarks from you, my friend. How do you see this weekend panning out?
I'm going to echo Bass's sentiment, and I think it's really great that we finally get a tournament where all of the major community leagues are able to come together and put some teams on the field and see who is the best of each of these leagues. And as the United Rogue representative, I would be remiss if I did not pump up both Vancouver and Jersey as much as possible, even though there is a soft spot in my heart for MLE as well. But I mean, I really think that our UR representatives have a lot going for them. It's, again, going to be dependent on who is fielded in terms of the rosters that they put out. But Vancouver and Jersey, I think they've got an opportunity to go pretty far this weekend.
Thank you very much, Pi. And with that said, that's going to do it for the pre-jump for the Community Clash Day 1. Thank you so much to my desk, Ajax, Bas Radala, and Pyar Squared. Your insight was absolutely excellent and giving us a lot of background on each of these teams for people that may not have been familiar. So thank you so much, gentlemen. Much appreciated. Stay right here on the Frontier Doubles League Twitch channel, like I know currently 89 of you are, which is way higher than any viewership that we've ever had before. Share this stream. Get as many people as we can in here, because it's going to be an immense night of Rocket League starting in 10 minutes time as the MLE Hurricanes face the FDL Monkeys. Rocket League coming your way. 10 minutes. See you there.
infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power. Infinite power. infinite power.
Welcome back to the first game of the community clash. We had the pre-jump, we started setting the scene for this weekend, and now the Rocket League finally begins. It's the MLE Hurricanes taking on the FDL Monkeys, and we have two absolute experts in their fields to take us through each of these games. KG's looking very confused, but trust me, you're in good hands. Let's start on my right-hand side, though, with the man who still thinks a side parting is cool. It's a pleasure to welcome Ajax to the casting booth. How are you, man?
First of all, I'm a little bit offended. I feel personally attacked there. But you know what's going to be better? The fact that the Hurricanes are going to take this. They have had an incredible season in MLE and have absolutely dominated. I talked about it on the pre-show if you caught it. There's such a consistent team in both twos and threes. I don't really think that they have a specific weakness that the Monkeys can target. They have such an impressive presence in the midfield that they just pin their opponents back and don't let them out. They are such a great team, and I expect them to take it in 3.
Absolutely take it in 3. We'll see if that is the truth. But on my left-hand side, you can see we have the wonderfully bearded man himself. More hair below than up top, and I'm not talking about anywhere else other than his head. Please welcome KG to the casting booth. How are you today, man?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. Well, we are going to get this game underway. Your casters are ready. Your players are ready. And with that said, Ajax, please take us into this game.
This is going to be such a great start. The Hurricanes versus the Monkeys. These are two very, very impressive teams. And this is a little bit of a unique format. If you hadn't caught the pre-show, we're going to start out playing a game of 3v3. Then we're going to move on to 2v2, and we're going to alternate until someone wins the best of 5. Again, this is a best of 5, so starting strong is very, very important. I'm excited to be with you, KG fan. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I love the format for one. I like how it switches things up and it gets you to think different things. You might have to strategize a little bit different. But I am actually really excited to see like 2 different leagues and what they have to bring. This is going to be an awesome community clash, and I can't wait for these players to get on the field.
Oh, yeah, no. Again, as you said, different strategy is completely right. Hurricanes have a little bit of a disadvantage in the twos just because the Monkeys are in primarily a twos league. So that may hurt them a little bit, but the Hurricanes are no slouch in either respect. So I'm expecting them to come out strong. With that being said, we are going to get into game number 1, the Hurricanes versus the Monkeys.
Oh, looks like Tunla's going to send it right back off the kickoff. Alfredo stops it in its tracks, coming right back down. Owl gets it over 1. Wolf's nice and easy touch. Owl tries to get a demo. Chris is able to get that save right off the bat. 15 seconds in. Alfredo right back off the touch. Owl trying to keep it in. Alfredo trying to get a nice little touch. Wolf has a little bit of open space here. Gets it up in the air, but Chris with a K is able to get it in the corner as Owl trying to clear it out in 30 seconds in. A little bit of action from the Hurricanes. Not quite able to beat that defense right off the bat.
Yeah, a couple of pushes there, and they're looking really good. We're seeing their pressure. That's a great pass made. The shot will go in. Wilf starting off the scoring early, just a minute in.
Wolf getting that demo, nice and angry on the back end of Wolf. And unfortunately, I wanted to call O-Amplify an owl, and I was going to reference a little bit of a, a thing like that, but it didn't quite come into effect here as Bolio and O-Amplify going to meet. Bolio kind of wins that one and gets it to the side off Chris with the K, and Alfredo beats Tunlo in. O-Amplify having to send that, get a good clear, and Bolio reading that one, bouncing Tunlo back. That goes to the opposite side. Nice pass from Alfredo to Bolio, and I'm noticing right off the bat, the Hurricanes, a lot of teamwork right off the bat. It seems like their threes, like you said, is pretty darn good right now, isn't it?
Yeah, they did win MLE threes. They did not do as well in twos. They didn't win the championship there, but they did take the threes home. A very impressive team, and that one is just going to sail on. And I'm not entirely sure what happened on the defensive end, KG. It just looked like it was uncontested in. Ton just got caught up field.
I think on the back end, Alfredo, bumped O-Amplify, and O-Amplify turned upfield instead, and I think just kind of left it open. This kickoff, Alfredo, it seems to me, has been kind of all over the place, just kind of creating havoc. Wolf stopping that air drag attempt. Bolio missing that one. Chris with a K trying to send it in, and fortunately can't get a good enough touch to either get a double tap or a pass. Tunlo keeping it in. Wolf nice and easy, getting a little bit of a double commit, though, by the Monkeys. Chris with a K having to stop it, gets beat by Bolio. Bolio looking for a pass in. Nice save right there, or at least a clear out by, I think, O-Amplify getting that one. We're coming up on 3 minutes, and it feels like the Hurricanes are doing well, but I don't know. The Monkeys, if they could pick it up, maybe something can change pretty darn soon.
Yeah, the only problem with the Monkeys right now that I'm seeing is that every time they start getting a little bit of pressure, we've seen this multiple times, they just kind of send it away. They bang the ball upfield a little bit too far. They're not taking possession quite as well. That being said, this is a great touch out, gets the 50, and it's going to go into the corner, going for Bolio. Alfredo trying to get the 50. This one's going to be on target. Needs a save. A little save coming out. Wolf, not the touch they wanted, but it will be good enough, somehow keeping that one out of net. Now they're going to start an attack of their own, and now finally the Monkeys are looking a little bit better on offense. They finally look like they may be able to get some goals here.
Yeah, they're trying to put it in. Tunlo off the wall. Wolf is able to get there before that, trying to get a good clear, and does. Alfredo, nice little touch off the wall. Chris with a K reads that pretty well as Bolio sending it down to, I believe, Wolf. Accidental double tap, hitting it backwards. He's trying to take control. O-Amplify sending it opposite way. Tunlo's there. Nice little touch. That's crossbar down. O-Amplify is going to get that in. Nice little push in. That cuts the lead in half there, Ajax.
O-Ampli with a great pass mid, and that was a super awkward one. Bolio not sure what to do with it. Just got stuck staring in net, and the Hurricanes will want that one back, but the Monkeys will cut this lead in half. We still have 2 minutes remaining, so plenty of time to come back, and the Monkeys are starting to cook.
Yes, but there's still, like you said, plenty of time on the clock. 2 minutes. Wolf sending it in. Great touch. Tunlo's nice and patient, able to get that. Maybe a little deflection to the opposite side. Alfredo coming in. Nice touch to get it around 1. Gets it around 2. Coming off the wall here. Almost gets a pinch down. Tunlo with a nice patient play, but after beating 2 players, Alfredo, like I said, I've called Alfredo's name out a lot with a save right there by Alfredo. I can't stop saying its name. Like you said, cooking. Alfredo's part of the sauce.
We're going to see more offensive pressure from the Hurricanes, but it's just going to be turned away. And now, which is really weird, we're seeing the pendulum swing in the other direction. The Monkeys are the ones pinning the Hurricanes back. This is going to go mid, trying to get it off the backboard. A bump in the midfield. Bolio has the shot. It's off the backboard. A miss on the backfield will not come back to haunt them. And now a demo might leave the open net, but no! Wolf misses the open net. Absolute tragedy on the side of the Hurricanes. They're still going to try for something. A 50 in the midfield will bring that one out. Somehow the Monkeys escape with their life.
Oh, Tunlo does beat Alfredo on this one. Bolio, nice clear out to the opposite side. Great bump by Wolf on Chris with a K, and I have to say the Hurricanes have been very physical the entire game. And if they keep it up, that's going to be a factor. Although I think they were talking about it, a factor when being physical. I think Amplify got a nice little bump on the end there.
Yeah, I think he heard you talking about the physicality of the Hurricane team and said, no, the Monkeys can be physical too, bumping the last defender out of net. Such great awareness to stay upfield and look for that bump. And now we're at a tie game. 30 seconds remaining to see who can pull it out. Or we will go into overtime. That one's a dangerous one off the backboard. Bolio misses the shot once again, and another tragedy. The Hurricanes' accuracy is simply not there.
Oh, nice demo to save on maybe a shooter here. That ball goes off. Now Amplifier tries to keep it in, and a good save by Alfredo. It's still tied. Tunlo keeping it in. Wolf sending it to the opposite side. That ball's still in the air. Bolio going up for it, and it hits down as Amplify lets it go. And Ajax, we're in overtime in game 1 of the Community Clash. How awesome is this?
Oh, this is so awesome, especially with the Monkeys coming back. It really looked in the beginning like they were going to have no chance. That was a dangerous one. Wolf evaded the demo. That's going to be another shot on. Alfredo puts his body in front of that. Now it's going to be into the corner again. Monkeys with some early offensive pressure. The net was wide open. Alfredo could not get the turn. We're seeing a lot of opportunities for the Hurricanes, KG, but they're not capitalizing on them. They've missed a couple of open nets, and that's so far the difference between them being in the overtime and not.
Oh my good, an attempt by a pass to Amplify. Tunlo's able to get it back in. Wolf's able to save it. That's going to be a pass to Alfredo, read by Chris with a K. It's in the corner. Chris centering it. Anybody coming up for it? I think Bolio beats one, sending it back to the corner, and the action ramped up right there. That opportunity for the Monkeys, but not able to. Bolio with a great deflection. Tunlo down. Great play by Alfredo yet again. What a save, Ajax.
Oh, that is absolutely insane. How did that one not find its way in? Multiple awkward ones. What a save. Alfredo keeping them out. Somehow it's still in overtime. That one will not be saved away, and Chris will end this game.
Oh my gosh, I look up and 5 saves by Alfredo, but at the end, unfortunately, Wolf not able to read that one, maybe a little bit out of boost. And the game winner with Chris with a K, and the Monkeys getting that big 3. They were down 2-0 and scored 3 unanswered points to open up the Community Clash. And my goodness, if this is any indication of what we're about to see, this is going to be awesome.
I think everyone expected the Monkeys to really come out in the 2s because that's their main mode, but they really cooked in the 3s. They were looking really good. They responded to everything that the Hurricanes threw at them. And even though the Hurricanes had incredible defense, they found holes in it and they just kept chipping away. And eventually they broke through in that overtime. That being said, the Hurricanes, you have a lot to prove. They have a lot to build on. They had a lot of opportunities that they just missed. There were 2 open net misses in particular that I'm thinking of, that if they had made those, they would have won in regulation. So they definitely have a chance, but they need to cool off. They need to get ready for this 2s because this is going to be a really important game for them. They don't want to go down to match point.
No, but I'm actually kind of excited. I'm actually really excited to see who they decide to put in. Actually, both teams, I have to say that I'm excited to see, because what I saw from Alfredo in the beginning was Alfredo was doing a good job of making sure that the teammates were set up and started off, but I think the Monkeys were able to meet the speed and get right back into it. And again, I think I see that they've got Wolf, Massimo, and Chris with a K and Amplify coming in. So not who I thought was going to come in there, Ajax.
Yeah, but we get what we get. And now we're going to see if the Hurricanes can fend off match point for at least one more game. We're going to start immediately with some Monkeys offense. A great save off the backboard from Wolf. Just trying to keep it at parity for a little bit longer. Still going to be in their side. Massimo is going to try and break out. Pushes this downfield. Trying to start with some mechanical plays. Cannot get the full reset, and that goes back to Wolf.
Wolf coming off. Nice flip right there. Amplify. Great patience right there. Massimo doesn't decide to go for it. Decides to go for this one. Missing. I think it was a fake on purpose. Nice job by Amplify to get that save. Chris with a K centering it. Looks like Massimo is going to beat everybody there. Back wall. No, pass to Wolf. Wolf back wall. Great read by Amplify yet again to stuff that against the back wall and prevent Wolf from coming in. And Amplify reading that one and sending it and getting a good clear a minute in. The opportunities coming, but a great defense here for the Monkeys right now.
Oh, and Amplify had to save an own goal. That was a little too close for comfort, but we're really seeing the game plan for the Hurricanes come to be. Oh, that one's a miss on the backfield, and Massimo cannot get the touch. Chris will get the bouncing goal.
I call that a shrug off. You know, Massimo read that. That was a great play by Wolf. I bet you that was Con the entire way. It was a good job to get him out of the way. I think just, maybe just a quick, just a little early right there to shrug that off as this ball goes into the corner. Good demo by Wolf. And Chris with a K with a great clear going to the opposite side, but they needed that. That demo could have been dangerous as Massimo, nice little dribble. Can't get it over Amplify, but that's going to be right into Wolf. Wolf with a great touch. Tries to bully Chris with a K, but Chris with a K deflecting it to the corner and getting a good save, keeping it 1-0 as they get it clear to the opposite side. Oh, no!
That is not the touch they wanted, and Massimo looks a little bit shaky. I don't know if it's the nerves or what have you, but this is not what's going to win them games. Wolf getting a shot on. No save will come through, and this game is back to parity.
Wow, what a shot. Look at that hit. That's it's 61 miles an hour from that angle. That's a well-hit ball. You got to give a lot of credit to that nice touch as Wolf is going to meet Chris with, hey, that's stoned in the middle. Amplified looking to get it around Massimo, and does, and right off the kickoff, they get their lead right back.
A great bounce for dribble, and that is why you need to cheat up on kickoff. On average, it is just so much better. Massimo almost having that, but continuing with his tough game. Wolf gonna try and bring this one back. Now, again, the Monkeys are up 2-1. This is not the position you want to be in if you're the Hurricanes. You're gonna have plenty of time to set it up, but Wolf has no boost.
That was actually a good hit for no boost. Massimo going down. Chris with a K. Good read. Wolf is able to keep this in. Massimo steals that corner boost. Gets another touch. But that's going to be deflected the opposite side. Massimo trying to get a collective play on it. Comes off the wall. Another touch. Chris with a K is able to take that patiently. Not able to flick it over. Wolf, who gets another one. No Amplify wisely doesn't go in for that. And I think the mind games are starting to be played here. They're both kind of reading each other well. A bump away as Massimo goes flying. Wolf can't quite get it. Massimo can't quite get that one either. And an opportunity not quite there yet again halfway through this game.
Again, the Monkeys are the ones pushing the subject. Wolf trying to push it down to the other side. Gets a 50. A nice one at that to keep it in the midfield. Now Chris with a K trying to set something up off the backboard. Wolf clears away, but it's going to go into the waiting arms of Amplify. Massimo trying to make up for it and cannot find the touch.
That was a nice touch by Wolf, reading Chris with a K. That's a pass in! What a nice finesse touch by Massimo to get the even goal. 2-2 under 2 minutes to go. What a pass by Wolf. I love it.
And that is exactly what they needed. They needed to start working those comms, working that communication. And that is what you get when you start cooking. The Hurricanes will tie this game up with a really nice passing play right off of the bat. The Monkeys trying to bring themselves back up into the lead, but can't do it quite yet. And Wolf has an opportunity, takes it high, cannot find many touches, and now Chris with the K is going to turn.
That's going to be a nice pass to Amplify, who can't quite get that on target. Keeps it in, though. Wolf coming off wall and is able to get it over Amplify. Trying to get over Chris with a K. Chris with a K deflection, but it goes off the back wall. Massimo decides not to be aggressive. That's going to be an awkward play here. 2v1. Wolf gets in between both of them, and Massimo open goal. Can't get it wide left. An opportunity right there, Ajax, to get that one in as Wolf keeps it in the corner. Massimo, another attempt, and not able to get this one either, Ajax.
That earlier bump play from the Monkeys was so dangerous. It's the right idea, but if you miss that bump and you let Wolf get a good touch, then you are screwed. They are so lucky that they missed that open net. But now Massimo trying for the ceiling shot, gets it around one, and will put it in. They are back up by one.
Oh, just a little kiss with the bumper right there coming off the ceiling. Just enough to get Amplify off target. Nice and easy. Well, I wouldn't say that's easy. Never mind. 3-2 under a minute to go here. What a game we have. And the Hurricanes, they're starting to pick up speed, if you know what I mean, Ajax.
Hurricanes going from a category 1 to at least a category 2.
Yes.
Looking pretty good. The Wolf is going to try and push this one downfield. Gets another touch. It's going to go to the sidewall. Massimo trying to continue this one. Gets a shot on target, but it's just going to fall to Chris with the K. Chris with the K looking for the flip reset. Gets it. Gets the flip. Tries to use it well, but no. Can't get the touch, and it will fall to the defensive waiting arms, and they're going to create some kind of counter.
Oh, nice little bump by Massimo to push into Chris with a K, who pushes an Amplify. That got a little weird there. There was an opportunity, and I think this is looking like it could be it if they can get down here. I don't want to speak too soon. Good job, Amplify. Under 5 seconds to go. 3-2 score here. Chris with a K coming up. That's going to be deflected. Amplify sending it in. Wolf with a great save. It's in the corner. Can they keep it up? They do. Chris with a K going up with it, but Wolf dunks it down as the ball hits off the back wall, and the Hurricanes win Game 2 in the doubles.
That is exactly what the Hurricanes needed. They cannot go down to match point, and now it is a 1-1 series. They got a little bit of momentum back. Massimo definitely clutching up in the later part of that series or of that game. And what do you think the Monkeys need to do? What is their game plan going into the next game to get their momentum back?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I thought that was an excellent game. Both teams had something, and I feel like at the end, the Hurricanes were able to just get that extra, to get the winning goal. Monkeys missed a couple of opportunities, a little too aggressive. Like you said, that one play where Wolf just missed it. I mean, that's a gamble that they took, and I think both teams kind of playing both a little bit conservative and at the same time taking the chances where they feel like it, and sometimes it's coming in, it's helping, and sometimes it's just not going to the back of the net.
Yeah, on the other side, I think that the Hurricanes going into game number 3 definitely had a talk, or at least the people that were outside, they had a talk about what they can do in their threes, because that was a not great game number 1. I think they definitely can all agree on that. They had a lot of missed shots, and they need to have a serious talk about how they can improve that and convert those chances that they're getting given by the Monkeys, because if they don't do that, you're not going to win games. It's as simple as that. But we are getting into game number 3. The Hurricanes and Monkeys are 1-1. Who can put the other on match point? We'll find out right now.
Ooh, nice off the bat. That ball is an attempt for a pass off the back wall. Tunlo not able to read that. Amplify keeping it in. Nice little self setup, looking for a double touch of the back wall. Can't get it. Tunlo going down. Finesse touch. Bolio's there, but Chris with a K is able to clean all of that up. And in 20 seconds, the Monkeys kind of left off their threes game, where they started off where they left off their other threes game. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think their Wolf kind of messed Bolio up. Wolf kind of cut that, but ended up missing, which is not what you want to see. Bolio trying to recover that, but not a good enough touch to get it out. Some really scrappy defense. And now we're going to see them need to respond. Chris with a K trying to push this one downfield, trying to continue this. Gets a good demo, as you said. Chris with a K has the opportunity. That goes mid. A good bump. That might open up the netting. Yes, the shot will be in. They get 2 very quickly, and the Monkeys are going hard.
Yes, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's still plenty of time on here, but I'm going to tell you, that was great right there. That was a great fake, leaving that to Amplify as Tunlo decided not to go over. Plenty of boost, and I think they made the other one of the Hurricanes commit and go in, as they just need to try to find an answer right now. They can't let this get out of hand. Alfredo trying to center it. Nobody quite there as Chris with the K is able to get to the opposite side. Bolio trying to send it in. Wolf, an attempt. Is that going to sink down? Not quite. Alfredo with a great touch. What a save by Tunlo. Bolio coming in. What a save by Chris with a K. As Wolf keeps it in, that ball's going to be centered. We still have an opportunity with Alfredo with a great touch and Amplify with another save. Ajax, what's going on here?
This has been a series of saves. How did that one not go in? There were so many opportunities. It's going to go to the other side now. But that was so many opportunities for the Hurricanes, and it wasn't like they were missing them like last time. They were putting them on with good shots at that. Just somehow the Monkeys clutched up on defense and were hanging from the ceiling, just trying to get those saves, and it worked really well. Now Wolf might have a shot here. Puts it off the backboard, but Tonlock is going to put it away.
Bolio trying to keep it in. Wolf faking that one. Chris with a K clearing it out. Tunlo's going up for it, trying to set it down to Chris. Wolf with a great bully on Chris with a K. No follow-up. Alfredo getting in front. Open goal opportunity. And there you go. Cuts it in half. And Alfredo creating havoc just like the last three's game.
The freest shot of his life. A great cut there. And there is no one back in net to save that one away. This lead is cut in half, and the Hurricanes are finally starting to find their footing on offense. Again, they've had a lot of offensive pressure in this game. That was the first time it actually panned out.
Ooh, Amplify gets left with it from Chris turning back. Wolf have an opportunity, gets it over Chris. Chris tries to bump Wolf, can't do it. Tunlo does come in. That ball's going to get pinched to the opposite side. Amplify's up there, trying to come in there and create something. Is able to center it. Nobody there. Chris with the K stopping it in. Alfredo getting it away from the center. Tunlo looking for goal, but Wolf is there with a nice save. Gets another hit. Alfredo's there. Going for goal. Can't quite double tap it in. My goodness, Ajax had that gone in. I might have quit Rocket League right then and there.
Oh, I was praying for that one to go in. Alfredo now trying to start something from his backboard. Going to be able to continue with that one. Gets a nice touch around to Amplify. The shot goes on. A great save from Chris with a K, trying to send that one away again.
Ooh. Alfredo's not able... Oh, no, Wolf's able to get this touch here. Amplify gets the pinch opposite side. Bolio sending in for Alfredo. Alfredo's there! Bottom right back post. What a send-in. Alfredo is taking over right now, Ajax.
Absolutely insane pass to an absolutely insane shot. That was a gorgeous play, something you can clip for the socials. What a pass there. That you cannot get better than that. Bolio coming off the ceiling and putting it right down across. And now we have a tie game once again. This is the situation that we were in before. Now the Monkeys have an open shot or net, but it will not go through.
Yeah, they didn't have enough speed coming in. Nobody moving up, and Tunley couldn't get there. That ball is going to be deflected a little awkwardly. Hits off the ceiling weird. Chris with a K is able to send this back in. Nobody coming up. No aggressive play. Tunley is able to get a nice little touch on it, but nobody was there. That 50 is getting sent in, but Alfredo with another clear, and Bolio keeping it up as well. And then opportunity for the Monkeys to get there, but the lack of aggression, I think, as we're coming up to a minute, probably led to no goal right there, in my opinion there, Ajax.
I think that the Monkeys really need to push the issue. They need to be very, very aggressive, because what we're seeing from the Hurricanes defense is they're not very set. They're a little bit scrappier. That's off the backboard. Super dangerous. Chris with the K sending it back. That's off the backboard again. A bump in net may open up the net, but no, it will be cleared away. But as I was saying, they need to just keep pushing. If they can keep up this aggression, the Hurricanes defense will fall, and we've seen that. There have been plenty of times where it's been very scrappy and a little bit disorganized. That Soon's off the ceiling, trying for the double tap, cannot find it. But again, as I was saying, that one's almost on target. I keep getting interrupted. Apparently, they do not want me to finish.
No, they don't. There's times in this game where they're just like, absolutely not. You keep going. Chris with a K trying to get this off the back wall. Bolio missing it. 10 seconds. Chris with a K decides not to go for it. Wolf in, looking for a double tap. It's not going to make it, and as Tunlink backs away from this, takes the boost. Moving upfield, trying to send it down, and Bolio lets it go down, and we're into overtime. Ajax, this has been quite the community clash. This is game 3. What a series.
Yeah, and they're going to want that double tap attempt. That was and dangerous. Now, Hurricanes are trying to go 1-1 on the series in overtime. This is the second overtime we're seeing. And, you know, the threes is a lot more exciting than I thought it would be. This one's going to go straight down. Bolio might have another shot. No, it's going to go out to Wolf. Wolf with the pass to Alfredo. Alfredo back to Wolf. That one is almost in. No! Saved away by Chris with a K, ruining the vision.
Oh my gosh, that was a great pass play. The teamwork is insane. But like you said, the vision on defense, the patience on defense, actually both teams, I have to admit, great patience. But right there was on full display. 5 saves for Chris with a K. Great demo by Wolf, but Chris with a K, good defense yet again. Bolio sending it in, trying to get something. Amplify keeping it away. getting that away from Wolf. Alfredo trying to stop it. Chris with a K getting beat by Alfredo. That's going in dangerously. Alfredo's up. That's going to be a center. Bulio ends this game, and the Hurricanes take a 2-1 series lead, Ajax.
Alfredo setting that one up, getting the strong touch in front of the backboard and sending it center, and Bulio will not miss. The Hurricanes coming back strong, winning this overtime, and now they put the Monkeys on match point. They were looking so good. What a series, as you were saying.
Oh, my face hurts. My face hurts. I'm smiling too much. This is a great series. I'm so glad to be able to open this up with this. This is what I got to thank both teams, Hurricanes and the Monkeys. You can tell that both teams want this. They are representing. I love the pride. I love the chat, by the way. The chat is going off. If you guys have not been seeing it, it has been wonderful to watch. Everybody, all sorts of leagues, although, right now it's MLE FDL. There's just a lot of representation, and these teams are coming out. The saves have been awesome. The shots have been awesome. The bumps, the physicality. This has been a great series, Ajax. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And if we're going to talk about the community, this is the first team that Frontier Doubles League has been at triple-digit viewers. So thank you all so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it. But back to the series. We're going back to doubles. This is the one that Hurricanes took last time. The Monkeys need to win this to stay in the tournament. So they are going to be working as hard as they can on Neo Tokyo. We're going to see Chris with a K run it back with O Wamplify. And on the other side, same teams, Wolf and Massimo.
Oh, this is going to be awesome. I think, could they flip it just like the threes? Monkeys win the first one. Hurricanes win the second one. Can the Monkeys get game 2 of this twos? I got the set of twos here. Chris with a K, nice and patient. Little flip up. Looking for maybe a hit on Massimo. Can't quite get it. Massimo nice and safely turns around. Oh, Amplify, good 50. Chris with a K leaving for Amplify, who takes the side boost. This has got an opportunity to get it around Wolf. Can flick it up, and we're started off. That was kind of patient and quiet, but we have an open goal.
Yeah, they were just giving way too much space to the Monkeys. You see that there was no one challenging in the midfield. Wolf was all the way back, just waiting for them to come to you. And you just cannot do that. You got to cut down on the angle, and that is not what you want to see. The Monkeys are going to take a 2-0 lead immediately after Wolf gets beamed in this one, and actually is used as a ramp to score that.
Yes, it was. It was a good cheat by both teams. It just kind of, that was the ball decided to go, or the ball decided to go. Good 50, and we have an opportunity yet again. Nice touch by Wolf. Chris with a K, very aggressive on this ball. Opportunity for them to try something here. Gets it around Wolf. Doesn't get around Massimo, but Owl is there to clean up 3-0, 4:21 in this game. But I'm going to tell you right now, I still think there's plenty of time on that clock.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this happen last time. The Monkeys started off very, very strong. I think they had a 2-0 lead with under a minute gone, and the Hurricanes came back last time. So I believe that they can again. But again, this is a 3-goal lead now, so it's a little bit tougher. This is a very tough team to play in twos. Again, they're from Frontier Doubles League. That one's a great save by Wolf, but they're from Frontier Doubles League. So their main mode is twos, and they are showing it right here.
Oh, but I think that was, I'm not sure if a Wamplify got a touch on that. If so, that's a great defensive play. I think Chris with the K tried to bully that one right in, tried to just get that. Oh, Wolf with a little bit of a miss. So Amplify slowing this down, trying to get a nice little cheeky play on it. Massimo sending it right back in. That's a center. Wolf goes up for it. Massimo stays down, and a good clear by Chris with a K, and gets the save. And Chris centers it, but it goes completely wide and not threatening at all. Massimo gets it around one. Oh, Amplify having to send this away. Wolf going up for it, getting the stop, but Amplify's right there, sending to Chris with a K. Chris with a K, sending it in, and Massimo with a great save, sending it just away. Hurricanes keeping this to a 3-0 game.
Monkeys team is playing so fast. They're smothering the Hurricanes defense. Not much space has been allowed. This one's going to go up again. Chris with a K alone in the backfield. That might be a double opportunity, and no, Massimo is able to send that one away. No one's in net for a second, but luckily for them, Wamplify is back.
Oh, that was a nice slowdown by Chris with a K. There was an opportunity, good bump. I think it was Wolf or Massimo actually who did it. Amplify stopping this one. Wolf sending it right back in, opposite side. Chris with a K trying to do flip, gets a little bit awkward, is able to clear this out with Wolf stopping it. Amplify sending it right back into the corner. We're not quite at halfway. A nice bump by Amplify. Chris with a K letting Massimo go up. And Wolf with a great 50, sending it into dangerous territory, and Amplify able to get it into the corner. And it's officially halfway through, 3-0. Still plenty of time on this clock, though, Ajax. But I think we need to see the Hurricanes do something here soon. And a clear by Amplify.
Yeah, and I think the reason that this Monkeys team is up is they are controlling the pace with every possession is different. They're going to take one that's super fast, and they're trying to beat out the defenders. And then the next one, they're going to go for a fake, and they're going to go for a slow dribble, and then they're going to flick it over anyway. So no matter what they do, they're keeping this Hurricanes team on their toes. This one's going to go mid again, but Chris with the K is there to clean it up. But they're keeping this Hurricanes team on their toes, and you just cannot predict what they're going to do next.
Ooh, Massimo trying to force that one in there. Chris with a K getting a great recovery off the save 50. Wolf trying to send this in. Massimo decides not to go for it. You're almost to a point where maybe you just got to get a little bit aggressive. You're down 3-0, and it's almost like, does it matter if you're down 3-0 or 4-0? It could be, but I think maybe the patience here could come in. Great save yet again. Wolf demoing Amplify, but Amplify getting that save and a goal with Chris with the K on the opposite side. Wow.
Oh, no, that is not what you wanted to see. They're leaving the net wide open, and you kind of have to at this point. You got to go all out, but that feels like the nail in the coffin unless a miracle is pulled out, which you can never discount. Discredit the Hurricanes, but they need to do a lot because they have not had much to speak of. I mean, they only have 5 shots, and that sounds like a lot, but none of those 5 shots have really been that dangerous.
No, good saves by both teams, but most of them on one side as one team's shooting 0% right now. Amplify trying to get a good touch, does. Wolf, nice little play here, maybe trying to send it in, but Chris with a K is right there. Amplify getting it in the corner. Massimo looking for it. Amplify is already there yet again. Wolf trying to keep it in. Chris with a K stopping it. And the corner play is just wasting time, and finally a clear, but unfortunately Wolf doing the clearing to their own side.
Wolf is going to shoot that one on. That was a great opportunity, a good vision. It may be a little bit too late for that, though, and especially because, you know, they missed it. Wolf is going to take it again, trying to start some kind of momentum. That one is going to be another open net. And now the coffin has been lowered 6 feet under. There's officially 0 chance.
Yeah, this is definitely it. That being said, I'm a little surprised that it's 5-0, but a lot of the early balls went the Monkeys' way. They were able to climb the trees, if you will, and just have a lot of fun. And the Hurricanes were not able to get the breeze going, if you know what I'm saying, this particular game. But that doesn't mean anything. Nice little play here to end it, getting a goal. And I'm going to say I enjoy the fact that they are still fighting, because that leads to the next game. We've still got an entire game to go.
Yeah, I feel like this series would not have been done justice if the Hurricanes had won this one and it would have ended in 4. I think a game 5 is the only way we can end this, and especially on 3s that it's gone. Okay, well, now we have a Spain, so that's fun. That's a fun little stat line. But it would have been a waste if it didn't go to 5, and especially I'm hoping for a game 5 overtime. I don't know if these teams will deliver, but this has been a really impressive series so far.
Yes, it has. We have had 2 overtimes. I couldn't ask for more. A little bit of a fake kickoff here to get that goal back. They're making a statement, and I'm not gonna lie. There's part of me that loves this. I like how both teams are maybe trying to get each other's heads. This last game is important. It's for pride, and there we go. I don't know. This is gonna set up the final game, maybe to be a little bit of a grudge match.
Yeah, we've seen these teams go back and forth and back and forth. Neither team has taken 2 in a row, I believe. No, the Hurricanes did. The Hurricanes took 2 in a row, and now they're gonna have to take game number 5 if they want to advance in this bracket. This is the biggest stage you could possibly ask for in this series. I am so excited. We've had really good showings for both of these teams, and it's just who has more clutch right now.
Oh, exactly. Right now, there's nothing else. They didn't even. It's almost like you didn't even play the last few games. This is for all the marbles, at least in the sense that you're going on. Like you said, the Monkeys, if they lose, they're out. If the Hurricanes, they lose, they're out. They're in the ocean, not affecting too much. Not enough people to fall down with all their wind, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to game number 5. You win this, you advance. You lose this, you're out. Who do you think has the advantage here?
Ooh, to be honest, I'm a little bit torn. I think the Hurricanes probably have the advantage. I mean, like we said, the Monkeys are not technically a threes team. So I'm going to have to go with the Hurricanes. They played really well last time. Especially if they put in the same lineup, which it looks like they are. I want to give it to them, but the Monkeys been playing awesome. So I'm just looking forward to an awesome, awesome game 5.
Absolutely. Both of these teams are ready, and we are going to get into game number 5, the Hurricanes versus the Monkeys, for who advances to the semifinals. Let's get into it.
Oh, a little bit of deflection. This ball is not super dangerous. Bolio easily takes that, but Tunlake trying to send it in. That's a big 50 win. Alfredo reading that one, getting the clear, almost coming off the wall. Olympify was there to try to get that one in. And I think, again, Alfredo playing a really good, really fast game. This ball is going to be sent in. Oamplify getting it in the corner. Bolio can't quite read that. Alfredo, great 50. Bolio sending it to Alfredo. Alfredo almost getting the touch. Bolio sending it back in. But Chris with a K is there to get the clear right back as Alfredo stopping in its tracks. I can't stop saying Alfredo's name as they're all over the place to start this game as Tunlake trying to get this into the corner, Ajax.
Alfredo, you said it. You hit the nail on the head. That's a great demo. Alfredo definitely is the impact player of this team. He has been everywhere in every single game. It hasn't just been this game that we've been talking about him. Every time he's on the pitch, he has been that impact player. It's going to be off the backboard and again.
Oh, yes.
Alfredo is going to pass it out. An incredible shot, and Wolf will light up the field. Neon with the first goal of the game.
I can't lie to you. Wolf saw this coming a mile away as soon as Alfredo hit it. It's one of two things. That ball's going down. That ball's going up. Wolf saw it, got that corner boost, and went for it. Great play. And Chris with a K, not quite, I wouldn't say in bad position, just happened to be a nasty shot as Alfredo sending this in. Tunlo again with some great defense. Chris with a K trying to do it. Oamplify decides not to go for it. Chris with a K, good defense as Oamplify sending this upfield, getting beat by Wolf. Chris with a K, decent 50, but Bolio keeps it in as Tunlake's not there. And Chris with a K able to keep it in the corner. Opportunities here for the Hurricanes as they're flying all over the place, keeping this ball inside the Monkeys zone. My goodness, an opportunity yet again as Wolf comes off. Alfredo's there. Gets a touch. Tunlake with good patience yet again. And maybe, no, Bolio gets that save. Good demo. My gosh, Ajax, this action's ramping up.
This is very, very reminiscent of the first game, but remember in the first game, the Monkeys came back and ended up winning in overtime. The Hurricanes are definitely not going to be happy with just a 1-goal lead. Hell, they're not going to be happy with any lead unless the ball is down at 0 seconds. So they gotta get to that 0-second mark first. It's gonna be for Alfredo. Wolf tries to cut him off. A little bit of a double commit. May create a bad situation, but they get a little bit lucky that a missed touch does come out.
Nice little dunk by Tunlo, but Alfredo right there yet again. Alfredo coming off the ceiling to Bolio. Good read by Chris with that K, who stops that in its tracks. Tunlo up to Chris with a K. Wolf reads that one really well. Looking to get a double touch. No, leaves it to Alfredo. Alfredo getting an upper right 90. What a play. That is calculated. Wolf and Alfredo are on the same page.
Alfredo turning it on for this last game. What a shot. Upper 90. There is no saving that one. Both of these players, as you said, are locked in on the same page. They both have 100% goal participation, and they are trying to carry this team to the Game 5 victory. That one's going to be to the side. Alfredo trying to set up a double. Decides to go low instead, and a triple commit will not be taken advantage of because no one was up here.
Amplify trying to keep this in. Tunlake going up, gets a touch, gets bumped away. Good bump to send that ball flying. Chris with a K keeping it in. Amplify going up. Bolio reading that one, needing to go for it. Wolf's already up as Tunlink goes away, looking for maybe a little bit of an air drag. Chris reading that one. Tunlink tried to beat Bolio. Bolio is there ahead of time. Amplifies up. That ball's still in. Alfredo going up for it, but Tunlink is there to get that save. And all game long, they have been inside the Monkeys zone in their territory, not getting out for very long as this ball is finally in that zone. But how long is going to be there, Ajax? Not very long.
That's another great push. That might push into the net. That's a great pass mid. Bolio gets the shot, bar down. It bounces around a couple of times, but it eventually goes in. Another great pass from Alfredo, and that will put them up by 3.
Oh, no, it's minute 19. There's not a lot of time in a threes match like this with this high-level play, the way that all these teams are playing. I can't really say, but I'm not going to put that away from the Monkeys saying it's over. I think it's going to be hard, and if they do get something going, they need to get something going now, Ajax. That ball's going to be sent in. Wolf can't quite get that on. Bolio's there. Great 50 by Chris with a K as we're coming up to a minute with a 3-0 lead. As the time ticks down, the chances drastically drop.
Every single possession that the Hurricanes have, these seconds tick away slowly but surely. And the less seconds there are, as you said, the less opportunities. The Hurricanes are going to just try and bring this ball around, just try and control it as much as possible, get it to their teammates, just keep it on their offensive half, just not give anything. Now we're approaching 30 seconds, not much time left. That's off the backboard.
Good demo.
And Monkeys need something in this push. No boost. Trying to continue with it. Goes for the bump instead, but Alfredo is in the corner. Something I went away. One goes in front of net, but no, Wolf is there to send it away.
And that's going to be really hard for them to get out of this one. Chris with a K basically centering it to their own players, or to the opposite team, and that's going to end it. I don't think they're coming back from this one unless the Hurricanes just lose all their power in the next 13 seconds, Ajax.
What a match. I agree with you. I don't think that the Monkeys have what it takes to score 4 in 13 seconds. That would be absolutely insane. And now only 10 seconds left. We can officially chalk this game up. The Hurricanes taken in 5, a lot closer than they would have hoped, but they do get it nonetheless in dramatic fashion. The Hurricanes never had any doubt. I never had any doubt, and the Hurricanes take it in 5.
Wow, it was a great series. 2 overtimes. I would love to have had that game 5 be overtime, but it was kind of the last 2 games were just big wins for both teams. The Monkeys taking a 2s series really well, scoring a lot of goals, playing really aggressive, and the Hurricanes pretty much dominating this game with the shots. They only had 1 save because they only needed 1 save. The Monkeys just were not able to get. This is where I wish we had the stats or something like this. I want to say it was like close to 75-25 in the Monkey zone where the Hurricanes just kept that ball in their half so long.
Yeah, definitely a deserved win. Congratulations to the Hurricanes for advancing to day number 2. They're going to be back tomorrow facing the winner.
Does Wolf have access to the waiting room? Oh, there he is. Absolutely. Thank you so much to Ajax and KG for taking that game. And wow, what a game it was. A game 5 in the end. And we actually have someone joining us from the Hurricanes. It is Wolf. First and foremost, Wolf, how are you? How are you doing? That game was a roller coaster.
I'm doing great. We had a fun time playing it. Think we had a bit too much fun at one point, and then we had to lock back in for that game 5. But yeah, it was a fun series to play in.
Hey, that game certainly looked fun to play. Tough game. You know, both sides came out swinging. Both teams came out with a very clear game plan. How were the comms on the side of the Hurricanes for those 5 games?
Oh, they were great. Even when we went down in the twos game and ended up losing, I mean, we had good comms all the way through. We knew we could win the threes game for sure, and we got one of the twos back after losing the first game because we had a bit too much fun, like I said before. But we got one of the twos games, which was enough for us, and then of course the two other threes wins. But we are mainly a threes team. We also do well in twos, but as of recently, I haven't been playing too well in twos. But that's why we take the threes.
That is why you take the threes, and take the threes you did. Outside of that game one little blip, I do also want to talk to you. Obviously, you played in the twos games. What is it in your minds that went wrong in that game number 4? Because it was a little bit lopsided in that one.
Well, I think in that game 4 where it kind of just got out of hand, I honestly think we did a poor job at supporting each other. We'd take a lot of 50s and we'd kind of have nobody behind us. That kind of gave the ball to their team, and then there were times when it'd be the result of a goal where we'd take a 50, and then if we didn't have any support, they'd just take a good 50 and it'd be a wide open net. But we needed to keep the ball closer, take more 50s, definitely go for more bumps, I think. That's kind of what we're known for, and we kind of just shied away from that. And I think that's why we kind of struggled in the twos games.
Sure. And then actually conversely, going from that to a game 5, which looked rather one-sided. I mean, 4-0 with 13 seconds on the clock. That's a pretty big result for you guys, especially considering how close the first 3 games were. Do you felt like you kind of found more of your playstyle, more of your game in that one, or what was it that changed?
Well, I think, like I said earlier, once we locked in and started communicating thoroughly in the threes matches, we were definitely the better threes team. We have a fun rivalry with Tunlunk, who's actually a part of the Hurricanes, but he was on the other side of the pitch today. But yeah, I think we started to lock in. We had to try. We were kind of just hoping to coast through, but that definitely wasn't the case. And at the end of the day, we locked in. We got it done. And when we're passing the ball, when we've got full control of the game, it's difficult for our opponents to really do anything.
Yeah, that's a really good point you bring up, actually. A lot of people probably predicted the Hurricanes to win this series outright. We certainly did on the pre-show, and I think a lot of people in chat had a lot of love for this Hurricane side. Did you get surprised by what the Monkeys came at you with, or was it, as you say, you maybe weren't playing up to your best in those first 3 games and really switched it on in the 5th?
Well, I think I definitely needed some more warm-up time. I think my twos performance was definitely a bit iffy. But I mean, the only player that I was familiar with was Tunlunk, as he's on our team. But I mean, you can't take anything for granted. Got to treat people with respect. I think mainly how that game 1 threes game went is we were, and kind of how I approached the twos as well. I was giving them too much space. I was trying to read what they were doing, and ended up not working out through my thought process. So we just had to be faster than them and just play our game, and very simple things that we needed to do to get past that team, and we accomplished that.
Sure. Right. Well, my final question is that you are moving on in the tournament. You guys play tomorrow in the semifinals against the winner of the Eggplants from RSC or the Vancouver Wild from United Rogue. Do you know much about either of these 2 teams? Are you going to be watching that next game with a lot of interest to see how the teams will be playing tomorrow?
I definitely will be tuning into those, at least for a little bit. But is the RSC team from Master or Premier? I imagine it's Premier. It's in Master. So
yeah,
it's good to know, since me and Alfredo and Delta have I mean, I'm coming off of not to boast or anything, but a threes championship in RSC, so I'm not too worried about a master team. You got to treat them with respect, right? But I think if we play our game, it should be pretty straightforward, and we should be able to get the job done.
Well, I mean, yeah, but on the other side, you've got the Vancouver Wild, right? You're Dylan and Arrow. Great team, that one.
Arrow,
They
yeah, that's a
they
name I
could
know.
definitely pose a threat.
Yeah, Arrow definitely is a familiar name to me. If it's the same one I'm thinking of, he's definitely someone we got to shut down on the ball. I think it's going to be similar to how we approached Steez in the MLE final. We just got to be there instantly to shut him down every time, but it won't be easy. He's a very talented player.
Very talented player indeed. Thank you so much for joining us in the interview booth. Wolf, congratulations on your first round 3-2 victory over the FDL Monkeys. A fantastic series to watch. Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you, everyone in our community. I'm pretty sure we peaked at around 115 viewers for that particular game. So let's keep this momentum going as we come back in 15 minutes for some RSC versus UR action. It's the Eggplants taking on the Vancouver Wild. We'll see you then.
Infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power.
Welcome back to the Community Clash. Series 1 was an absolute banger, and we have more coming your way with the Sunglass crew. It is myself, Buzz Radala, and Chaos Spike. Pleasure to see you both here. Starting with Buzz Radala, how are you today?
My man, I have been patiently waiting for this series. I have been on the edge of my seat watching some solid Rocket League action here, but it's been a good day all around. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, thank you. I've just watched some excellent Rocket League. I'm about to watch some more. What more could I possibly want in my life? Chaos Spike, how are you today, sir?
Oh, fantastic! A little under the weather here, but I'm excited to be here and cast with everyone. And this is great. I've always been curious to see a little community thing going on with all the different leagues. So this is fantastic. It just looks like a great idea, and I hope it continues.
Or we all hope it continues, Chaos. But as we always say, it can't continue without the community, who, by the way, have been showing up and showing out so far this evening, and long may that continue for sure. We have the Eggsplants taking on Vancouver Wilds. The winner will go through to play the winner of our last series of the Hurricanes and the Monkeys. The Hurricanes pulling that one out in a 3-2 win. Bas Radala, we talked in the pre-show a little bit about that game, and we got surprised by it going to a 5-game series for sure. Does that kind of throw off everyone's predictions for the rest of the weekend? Anything can happen?
I mean, You know, I would love to obviously stick to my guns and say all my predictions are going to come perfectly. I read the script and know what's going on, but my man, with Rocket League, it's kind of any given day with the way these teams are so close. So yeah, for sure, we could see some upsets here and there. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this tournament plays out.
Absolutely. Chaos, our resident UR expert. This is the first time we've seen you on stream, so I kind of want to get your opinion on this one. Vancouver Wild coming into this game with a lot of momentum, looking really good. What are you expecting to see from them tonight?
I'm gonna be excited to watch Arrow out there. They're not playing Dylan. He's the second highest scorer on that team. Arrow had 75 on the season, and Dylan with 57. But they're gonna be running Manny and Yor backing up Arrow. So definitely look for Arrow kind of spearheading that attack. Yor's another veteran in the league. I mean, he was on Phoenix for quite a long time, and then Vancouver's a new franchise in United Rogue that they rotated Las Vegas out, and Vancouver took that over. And these three have been together for a few seasons now, and they've had pretty good runs. They were 9-6 in a 15-game season, and I think they were second overall in the league, and they went to the finals, and they lost the finals, I believe. But yeah, fantastic team.
Absolutely. Two fantastic teams. We're going to be getting them into the server. And with that said, I officially hand the cast over to both of you. Basradala, Chaos Spike, for the Vancouver Wild versus the Eggplants. Take us away.
Ooh, we've got just a couple more seconds here as the lobby kind of refreshes. We just got through the post-game stats, but everybody's getting into the lobby here for sure. Looks like we're going to be getting a kickoff from Fluffy. Ooh, where? There they are. Chaos. My bad. I got a little ahead of myself there.
Oh, no problem. I would definitely be excited to get into it here too. I mean, this is gonna be fantastic. But 5 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Manny versus General Zippy. Fluffy gonna try and control that one, and Arrow attacks him right away, sending that one straight down the field.
Zippy presses forward pretty quickly, is able to get it past Yor, but Manny has control. Manny takes the ball. Rob cutting it out very quickly. This Eggplants team are not trying to let this Vancouver team breathe, knowing that they're lethal on all four cylinders. Chaos, you love to see the pressure and the amount of contests going back and forth here.
Yeah, and I mean, in the pregame lobby, I was just watching Arrow just chain 2 to 4 flip resets in a row. So, I mean, we'll be looking for the mechanics there. Who are we looking out for from the Eggplants, though? I want to pick your brain to kind of see who we need to watch.
For sure, it's probably going to have to be Rob. Rob, even though he's in the Master Tier, has been playing consistently against a lot of CRL players. His college has been competing pretty well, so he's definitely no slouch or no secret guest to playing against really top-tier talent. Love to see what he plays and how he looks tonight.
Love it. So it's going to be Arrow and Rob, the kind of the leaders of both squads out here. It's kind of funny that we got Yor out there representing UR. So 3:43 left on the clock here so far in game one for the threes match. Close opportunity off the post, and there's the man Rob clearing it out all the way down to the other side.
Even with that favorable 50, it's going to be coming right back. Tipsy Arrow, the man you talked about, looking for the double touch off the backboard. Can't quite get it. Rob tries to pinch it down, but can't get any momentum going. Never mind. Oh, my. General Zippy reading the mistouch off the backboard and slots the first goal. Eggplants draw first blood.
Yeah, beautiful little angle to slot it in there, and they're going to break the ice. 3:16 left on the clock, and what I'm liking so far from both teams is just they're respecting each other, and there's a lot of space being given for them to just go out with aerial attacks and just kind of feel themselves with different kind of mechanics. So definitely a lot of space being given.
For sure, for sure. 3 minutes left to be played here. Rob's going to try and pop this over, but Manny's looking for the pass down. Yor gets the read. Zippy tries to clear it away, but Yor puts it back. The clear, not enough gusto to get it out of the goalie's box, and that's going to be the equalizer.
Beautiful. Just like we like to see a close game here. I'd love to see it go the full length and the best of 5 here. So sweeps are cool and everything, but I love to see, the finals to go to game 7s, the other ones that goes to game 5. So I'm kind of looking for a 3-2 regardless who the team is.
Tipsy gets the flip reset. Rob reads it pretty well. Able to play patient and wait for it. Gets the bump on UR, but Manny's there looking for the put away, and there's goal number 2 for Vancouver. Manny getting his first goal of the game.
Yeah, nice little passing play there. The defense a little bit scrambled. We're about halfway through the game so far, and it's 2-1. 5 shots in favor of Vancouver, 2 on the other side, and they're going to send Fluffy for the kickoff, who stalls it. Little bit of a miscommunication maybe there, but Rob will take it away and gets challenged as Fluffy will be last man.
Well, and I kind of figured there'd be the occasional miscommunication. This team, having won the Season 18 RSC Master Championship, was unable to retain a couple of their players as they got promoted up to Premier. So there's definitely a few new faces on this team coming into tonight's game for sure.
Okay, so that's an interesting thing to look out for. And yeah, that's always kind of a downside in some leagues. You know, you have a good season, people get beat out, but General Zippy gonna bury him. We have a tie game once again.
Oh, I love this back and forth action. I'm not going to lie to you, man. It is fantastic to see these teams just duking it out. Zippy being the offensive prowess that the Eggplants are going to be needing tonight, especially going up against some solid players like Tipsy Arrow for sure.
150 left on the clock. Nice little control play. Going low. Rebound not there. Fluffy, a little awkward. Going to try and make the save. Cannot. General Zippy going to back them up. Get the clear. Arrow's last man. Going to have to pop that up. Going to try and control it. Midfield passing play to UR. Could not connect, though. A near miss. 134 left.
Oh, that could have been dangerous. Fluffy went for a back pass right in front of their own net. Thankfully, General Zippy was able to get a touch and clear this away a little bit, but we're going to see a counterattack established quickly. The half volley can't get over UR, and now a dead man split as it drops to no man's land and to Manny.
Oh, good clear by Fluffy here. Good back and forth action going on, but I'm loving the chemistry and the passing I'm seeing by both squads as a potential solo play. Double tap, but good backboard defense here by the Eggplants. Still not out of the woods here yet, but there's the clear they needed. 1v1 versus Zippy and Arrow. Arrow looking like he's going to get the clear, but UR puts it right back into the corner.
Ooh, double commit leaves Rob in a tough spot. Able to push up, though, and read the contest. If UR can't get this touch, they do. They're able to avoid the third goal being given up. It is still 2-2.
8-4 shots, 2-1 ratio here for Vancouver. Good save by Zippy. I mean, the defense has been solid for Eggplants here. Good touch up field. Arrow miscommunication, or miscalculation, I should say. That one in front of the net, but you're going to take it all the way down the field here. 20 seconds left. We could have an overtime in game 1.
Fluffy is going to wait for the bounce. Doesn't get the touch. Tipsy Arrow's in a one-on-one situation. General Zippy pinches it off the wall. That's split. That's wide, though, and you're right. With only 5 seconds left. Danger, though, not out of the air. Tipsy, a little too high. Oh, goodness. OT, it looks like it's going to be.
Beautiful. Let's go overtime every game here. 2-2, game 1. This is the threes, as I understand it will be doubles next game. Good save by Zippy as that gets cleared down the field. He's going to try to follow this up. Quick shot. Manny's there. Will make the save. So right out of the gates in overtime, they're just going neck and neck.
You're definitely not wrong. Next game will be twos. Getting the flip reset. Oh, my. Tipsy Arrow gets their statement goal here. Getting their first goal of the game, actually, and able to get this right over Rob to steal game 1.
Just looks like an Arrow cruising through the air there, just ever so gracefully, showing his mechanics with a nice flip reset. And, I mean, that was a beautiful game 1. Goes to overtime, and Arrow, the guy we talked about, was the one to put the final arrow in the coffin. 11 shots, though. I mean, the offense was just screaming by Vancouver, but look at the defensive stats there by the Eggplants.
Right. Normally, when you give up that many shots, when you're not able to control the midfield and you're taking 11 shots from a team, it reflects a lot worse on the scoreboard. But 3 goals given up definitely reflects their 7 saves they've made as a team. General Zippy having a standalone performance right here of 689, 2 goals, 4 saves. Incredible player to rely on right off the bat.
Yeah, I was really noticing General Zippy all over the field there. I mean, every play had him involved in it. So I'm going to be looking at him in game 2 if they send him out there in twos. I'm going to assume maybe it's Rob and Zippy, but I'm not sure. You might have a better kind of a consensus of what they're going to send out there. I'm going to assume it's going to be Yor and Arrow for Vancouver. I'm going to be curious, though.
I would suspect it's definitely going to be Zippy and Rob coming out for twos. They are definitely the best that I've seen for twos. No, looks like it's going to be Fluffy and Zippy. That makes a little bit of sense there. Rob is a pretty fantastic player in twos. Rotations are very solid. Defense is solid all around. But Fluffy, I guess they're going to have a little bit more favor in here.
Okay, well, this is going to be interesting here. I mean, twos, this is a whole different ballgame. They're usually more high scoring and, I mean, a lot more space on the field. So let's see what happens as Eggplants right off the bat have control of the kickoff into the Vancouver end. Arrow tries to control it. He's at a boost. Yor could be in a tough spot, but will make a quick save into the corner. They cannot get it out, though. Could be a problem.
Fluffy going to play back a little bit. Waste some time here. Pops it high center. Tipsy Arrow dumps it down to Yor. Yor looking center, but with no third man, that play is going to die right there. Tipsy clears it to the corner here. General Zippy in an awkward spot. Kind of surprised they didn't leave it for Fluffy there. Fluffy was right behind, and we are still going to see potentially Yor take it back the other way.
Oh, he was looking to play the 50 off the save, but it goes high. Good stop. This one's floating right above. General Zippy will make a tap back to the corner, but this is the third time it's been in the corner here. Fluffy gonna try and get it out. Finally does, relieving the pressure. Yor scrambling to get the boost. He does. Fluffy kind of wanted that as well. 1 minute has passed. So far, Vancouver has more of the possession here, but a good counterattack by Zippy and the Eggplants. Oh, but it was just turned aside by Yor.
Ooh, good clear off the backboard. Able to keep this out of the net for now. We're still going to be looking at 0-0 as Tipsy's looking center for Yor. Deep cleared by Zippy. Fluffy not able to be there. So this is going to stay pretty well in possession of Vancouver, who's just applying so much pressure so quickly.
I'm curious if switching from threes to twos and back to threes does anything for the teams where they might get in that groove of doing certain things. I mean, in twos, it's more mechanics and less passing, I've noticed, for the most part, because you get more space and you'll send your more mechanical player out there. And then in threes, you just see so much of the chemistry that we saw last game. And that's kind of where this is going right now. A lot of solo plays, but so far, no one's been able to break the ice.
Tipsy has the flip reset. Gaz a second flip reset. Somebody needs to contest that. They do. Zippy with the backflip is able to clear this away. That's going to be high, but Fluffy took it seriously nonetheless and is able to get it past two. They can get it past Yor here with a protractor. No, that is going to stay 0-0.
And again, I'm just impressed by the defense here. I mean, it's been an onslaught by Vancouver. Currently 5 shots to 1 in favor of Vancouver. But the defense, they're just standing strong here. And as I say that, a couple great defensive plays once again. But they are not out of the woods yet. Another passing play, shot, and stopped by Fluffy on the goal line.
Tipsy, dangerous spot for Zippy. He's got to contest this quickly. Tipsy, the mechanical guru from the Vancouver side, has been looking as mechy as ever. Lucky off the backboard touch here keeps the Eggplants' hopes and dreams alive, as they definitely don't want to be giving up game 2 after that heart-wrenching loss in OT for game 1.
You know, I kind of said it was going to be a higher scoring game, most likely in doubles, but so far, scoreless sheets here. Another shot. Oh, off the post. Still in front of the net, though. Yor's going to go for a power shot. It's high. Rebound down low. Another shot. And it's just machine gun strategy here. Throw as many on and hope one goes in.
Well, I won't lie to you. I don't think I would have had the patience to sit there and wait in goal for the ball to be shot the second time. I probably would have elevated quickly. But then again, that's why I'm only C3, and these guys are definitely a lot higher than that for sure. Yor able to get this pushed into the corner. Can't quite get the touch to set up Tipsy, so this is going to be cleared away by Fluffy, and we have an opportunity for a 2-on-1. Oh, the flick over opens this up. What a bounce. No, he can't get the read.
Oh, the Eggplants will definitely want to have that one back, but they're not giving up yet. Off the post rebound, and that one is cleared out of the zone, and now we start to see a little bit of the offensive. Oh, he's got no boost here, boss, and I'm going to try and clear that down. 55 seconds left. Arrow You got to watch out. Here he comes. Flip, reset, stopped. And that one just barely turned aside.
Yeah, normally 2v1 situation you'd be really nervous for, but Fluffy, probably the only person I think I could really be comfortable letting be that back man. As I say that, Tipsy plays it slow, but plays it smart, able to put it off the crossbar there, and then read the secondary touch to get underneath Zippy, but above Fluffy. Fantastic play.
Yeah, you just talked about Fluffy, just looking confident there, and I mean, it's showing 6 saves. The man is standing on his head here. That's just wide. Up the corner of the crossbar and post, another near miss. The Eggplants, little bit of unluck coming out here, as that's 2 opportunities that they'd love that back, but here's another one shot, and that one's off the post again, boss.
We talked about them kicking themselves here, but you're right. That's 3 goal opportunities that could have easily been there. As we say that, Fluffy is able to equalize. I'm not going to lie to you, man. The way the last 3 plays have gone with the open nets and everything else that's happened, I didn't know if they were going to be able to get one in.
Me either, and there's got to come to a point at time that Wendy start to get frustrated. Like, come on, what do we got to do? We've thrown everything. We're hitting the post. We're hitting crossbars, near misses, but finally they broke the ice on this curse that has plagued them in Game 2 and potentially sending us to some extra time, but the ball's still live here. Oh, and it just swats him into the way to make the overtime happen.
That is beautiful. I love it. I love the just bully ball gameplay. Fluffy is up, gets the first flip reset, gets it centered. You're, though, able to take their time and read this, but Zippy is going to try and get this right over the top of Arrow. Gets the beat, can't put it on. Oh, no, that could have been game there, Chaos.
I love the patience by Zippy there. He waited for Fluffy on that flip reset play. He didn't overcommit, waited for the other team to try and throw it away. Great chance, Arrow! Oh my, what a read off the top, and gonna put that top right. Let's take another look at that ceiling shot off the back wall, taps it in, and Arrow again, he's the overtime guy.
My man, you know, as an RC fellow, it kind of hurts to say, but we cannot let these games get away from us, especially when we have so many opportunities to potentially either equalize or take the lead. Zippy's got to be feeling some type of way. That last shot opportunity they had that went wide right, if they could have corralled that and at least centered it on the goal, that would have been game. That would have solidified Game 2 and equalized the series.
Yeah, if there's a takeaway here, if you're going in overtime, DDoS Arrow or something. He's the guy that has scored both overtime goals now. He's a danger and a menace out there in overtime.
My man, I'm not going to lie, though. These have been a lot closer than I thought they were going to be and a lot lower scoring of a game than I thought it was going to be. I mean, right there, once again, Vancouver, 11 shots on target, 8 saves from the Eggplants, 6 from Fluffy specifically. Zippy had 2. So Zippy's at 6 on the series. Fluffy's at, I believe, 8 saves through 2 games, which is a wild stat to be able to talk about and say, yeah, they kept it close. It wasn't just a beatdown.
Yeah, I'm loving their play style. I mean, definitely a more defensive-minded team here, where Vancouver is just an offensive menace here, and maybe they could play off that, boss, here in Game 3 and catch Vancouver on some counterattacks, perhaps. I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to be outshoot them the way this is going, so I'd say tighten up the defense, play a little smarter on the counterattacks. I'd love to see a Game 5, so I'm really rooting for the Eggplants here, even though I am the UR guy. I want to see a Game 5 series here.
Me too. It's definitely better for the stream to see some Game 5 action, and I'm hoping, man. But with the way these Vancouver players are really rocking together, it's going to be hard to say anything but a potential series-ending game could occur here. As we say that, Tipsy Arrow reads the mistouch and the lack of control by the defenseman Fluffy here, and is able to read that and put it away.
Yeah, that's kind of the first defensive mistake I've seen by the Eggplants. They've been so solid and so confident with every touch they had. They just kind of gave that one away. And, I mean, there was nothing fancy with that goal. It was just a little bit of a mistake defensively, and it just they got punished for it here. So let's see if they can get themselves back in this. It's only 1 goal with 30 seconds off the clock, so tons of time left as you're going to try and beat him to the ball. Not going to be able to. Zippy, quick flick, doesn't get it over top. Arrow Arrow's just going to zoom across everybody and take it all the way down.
Arrow still has control, looking for the reset, but are out of boost, so they're going to have to let that drop into the hands of Manny. Manny can't get this past Sippy, but the 50 by UR pushes this all the way down. Manny's looking center for Arrow, but they can't quite get it there. This Eggsplants defense, remembering how they played in Game 1, and are deciding to finally be a little bit more staunch on the defensive side.
Oh, good touch there. Gonna clear it up. A little bit of a physicality starting to wake up here. Fluffy gonna take Manny out for a few seconds until the respawn. Yor shoots it wide. Gonna try and carry it back to Manny. Rob's gonna say, I'll take that one. No boost. Can he get the touch? Fakes it underneath one. Big clear. Fluffy almost caught overcommitting, but just got back in time and picked up the boost.
Tipsy elevates quickly, but Zippy's waiting patient, decided not one point in time did they want to elevate and spend the boost for that. Instead, we're going to see this careen off the post and get put away by Manny. This team's up 2-0.
Fantastic save by Zippy. Goes off the post, but, I mean, it bounces straight in front of the net, and Manny's there. So, unfortunate situation there for the Eggsplants. 2-0 Vancouver. 3:16 left here for them to make the comeback, and this is a great opportunity. Fluffy, oh, the demo play! He went for the flick, goes underneath, gives him an uppercut, and we have cut it down by 1.
You know, if you can't get it in via mechanics, there's one other way you can get it in, and that's by big body plays. And we just saw that by Fluffy bulldozering their way through that defensive line. So now, with it only being a 1-goal difference, Rob putting in work. ROB putting in the shot like it's his JOB. A ripperoonie for sure.
I love it. They did, all it took was the turbo flick to kind of get them into the game, and then boom, kickoff goal. We have a tie game, and that's the crazy thing about Rocket League. It's just the momentum shifts in this game, and how quick a lead can just get diminished. It's just fascinating. And there's some physicality, a little answer back by the Wild, but unfortunately, Zippy gonna throw that straight in. I mean, 3 unanswered here, boss.
This is the way to definitely return to sender. This is the way when somebody says, hey, we're going to go by 2, potentially clinch up the series. This is the best way to respond. You don't get down in the dumps. You just go ahead, go out there and start slinging goals for sure.
I mean, how quick were those scored? 3 in maybe 15 seconds? I mean, 2 for sure in, I think, 8 or 9. I'm curious about the first one, what the time frame is.
There was 2 kickoff goals. There was no time wasted whatsoever. It was insane.
Yeah, 0 boost. So actually, he's got 34. A little bit of mechanics, trying to get the back end flip reset. Oh, Arrow once again. And now we are just seeing a show of offense on both sides. 6 goals now in this game.
That is the second time, actually. We need a counter for that Tipsy Arrow's got a flip reset over Rob as the last man. I almost wonder if this is targeted here. Could be, especially when you start finding that weak link on the backside. Fluffy turns, tries to get it past Manny. Manny gets the demo. Manny gets the Goomba on General Zippy, but they were unable to put it away. So instead, Fluffy's got the offensive opportunity. Oh, it posts the 4th man for defense stepping in for Vancouver here.
What a shot that was. I didn't know if he's going to go low or high. Opts to go high, rings it off the crossbar. I mean, it was a beautiful 1v1, and he'd love to have it back, but I mean, you can't shoot that any better. It's just unfortunate. It was just a hair too high, so we still are deadlocked at 3. Fluffy, can he get another touch? He's trying. Manny shoots up like a star to make the save there, and once again, the Eggsplants are starting to pepper the Wild.
Oh. Flick over 1. Fluffy still has control. That flick looked a little bit like it would get away from them. Rob, could not stuff it through the wall of Tipsy. So instead, Tipsy's going to be able to quickly initiate this counterattack, allowing for a little... Oh, wow, chaos. I thought that was going to be goal number 4 for sure.
Oh, I thought so. 2 things are starting to get a little wild here, you might want to say. Fluffy off the backboard. Gonna try to run away with it here. Arrow, a little bit of a mistouch straight to midfield. Oh, Zippy tried to punish him for that one, but shot that one just wide. Nearing 60 seconds remaining here. Both teams just going neck to neck here. 7 shots for Vancouver and 6 for Eggsplants. So this is the first where I've seen a pretty even distribution of shots here.
really wild considering the last 2 games Vancouver's walked away with 11 both times. I mean, which is in twos is nuts. But UR is going to be able to possibly put this on target. Instead, Fluffy, Deja Vu already up center and high. Can't quite get it past Tipsy Arrow once again, though. This is starting to slow down a little bit for the Eggplants, and it's not what you want to see if you're rooting for that purple team there.
Yeah, I'd like to see an extra game here, so I'm kind of rooting for them here, but who knows how this is going to go. Arrow misses that, takes out the goaltender in the process. Big clear, going all the way back down. Zippy off the respawn here. Good passing play. Oh, 1, 2, 3, tic-tac-toe. That one just wide. Rob trying to get the clear, could not. And that one will be sent across. A little bit of scrambles here for the last 10 here, boss.
Well, and they definitely want to avoid the OT. Eggplants have lost both times as Tipsy Arrow has put in a fantastic goal, and we might potentially see a 3rd straight Tipsy Arrow finisher here. No, Fluffy's able to shove this through. Rob can't get it over. So instead, we're going to see a good little bit of Vancouver offense.
Oh, man, if I was a bet man and putting up points, could you imagine? Will this series have 3 straight overtimes over-under? I mean, here we are. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, overtime. So that has me worried. If I'm the Eggplants, watch out for Arrow. As I say that, good pass to Manny. Bigger save by Fluffy. Rebound. Oh, my.
The wall of Eggplants is standing strong here, which is really boggling my mind. The rips that are coming in look absolutely lethal, but they're able to clear them away as if it's just another shot. Speaking of which, Manny not able to put this on target, gets the lightest touch, which drops it down. The ball does not leave the Eggplants back third, and they're going to be in still, yet again, some more struggles.
Up to a 6-minute game here. Now we played an extra minute. Zippy struggling to get it out of the zone. UR, good pass to Arrow. Look out. He's feeling himself up top. Turned away by General Zippy. They desperately need to get a clear here, though. They've been stuck in their zone for a little bit too long in overtime.
Every time this Vancouver team shoves it back into the corner, it's literally stomping and stifling out this defense. It's restricting them to 200 boost, and it's quite frankly making it impossible to generate a fast-acting counterattack. It's great by-the-book pressure that you want to see if you're a UR fan for sure. UR elevates, puts it on target. No, Rob able to clear it away, and Zippy's going to quickly elevate to try and take control of this. Looking for Rob. No, looking for the solo play. Ooh.
Uh-oh, this could be a problem. Fluffy last man. That was shot. Oh, and he sneaks it in. Unfortunately, that's the way it's going to end. Just you're catching Fluffy on a 1v1, but I mean, the momentum. Oh, I feel bad for the Eggplants because, I mean, it looked like they had something going on that last attack, boss.
For sure. And I really thought there was a couple plays during that game, like Rob high in the air almost slotted it to the left-hand side, but Tipsy Arrow, who's been not only an offensive guru for their team, but really a defensive stalwart as well, was able to clear it away. And I think that's been the story this whole series, has just been the Tipsy Arrow show. And, you know, as much as I want to sit here and go, oh, it was a 3-0 sweep, it was kind of a beatdown, the Eggplants, for a Master Tier team, definitely held their own pretty well, only losing an OT for all 3 games.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I mean, that's the thing sometimes at Rock League. You look at a score sheet and it's like, oh, 3-0 sweep definitely was a blowout. But no, this was a 1-goal game overtime every single time. And I mean, game 3, I felt like the Eggplants were finally starting to heat it up a little bit. I mean, they had some great opportunities mid-game. Well, actually, almost at the 4 or 5 minute mark, they were just neck and neck with the shot ratio. It was right around 7-6 or 8-6. But something happened in that overtime, and Vancouver ended up with a total of 14. And I think it was 6 or 7 for the Eggplants. They all left the lobby, but somehow the shot total kind of ended up where it was consistently the last 2 games when it didn't look like it was going to end up that way.
For sure. And I mean, I almost expected another 11-shot game. I mean, the way Arrow and Manny were just playing off of each other that entire series, just lining each other up with fast action passes. I really expected it to see their pace of play almost slow down. I don't know if it was the Eggplants figuring them out, or I don't know if maybe they were just relying a little bit more on their mechanics after coming out of a 2v2 match and their play style having shifted so much. it's definitely a fun conversation starter for sure.
Yeah, no, that was amazing, and I hope I see more of this stuff between all four of the big leagues going on here, because this is really neat to see. And the cool thing about this is so many players are in all the other leagues, so there's a lot of crossover. I recognize a lot of players from RSC and other ones as well. But there's also those mystery ones like the Eggplants team. I didn't recognize too many of those guys, but it was really neat seeing them out there. And yeah, it's just really cool to see this big clash of all the leagues come together.
For sure, for sure. Well, my man, I think it's about that time, right? Where we go ahead and we hand things back over to the man with the plan, Mr. Rhino, and see who he is going to be going ahead and interviewing.
Yeah, I gotta send it to that pilot over there, and I think he's got Yor in the booth with him.
All right, went ahead and messaged him. I'm going to leave the lobby here. I am so looking forward to the next few games and how they're going to play out, especially like you said, MLE versus UR, I believe, is up next. That is going to be a fantastic series. But before that, we'll give this back to Rhino here so he can go ahead and run his interview.
What a series that was. We've gone from a 5-game classic to a 3-0 sweep that probably could not have been much closer. 3 OTs, one after the other, and I am joined in the interview booth by Yor from the Vancouver Wild. Yor, firstly, how are you feeling after that game?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, gotta love winning like that. Sweeps are great.
Yeah, talk to me about that, right? Because you have won in a sweep. Absolutely did not make that easy for you in the slightest. 3 OTs in a row. Were the comms relatively calm? Were you just did you know that Arrow was just going to come in with the saving grace on 2 of those games?
Yeah, well, comms were pretty good until it got to OT. Then it was, kind of high energy, kind of freaking out a little bit. But nah, I mean, Arrow definitely showed up and took us through that. He had his solo plays going, and he's just really mechanical, really good player, and kind of got us those wins in the end.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about Arrow, because we talked about him in the pre-show as being kind of the star player on this Vancouver Wild team. No disrespect to you and I'm so sorry.
Manny.
It's Manny, my fault.
Yeah. No worries.
To you and Manny, absolutely. But Arrow kind of came in as the star player. What is it like having a player like that in your roster that you can rely on?
Oh, it's awesome. Like you can, just because he's able to make plays out of nothing, you kind of just throw the ball to him, and he'll make something happen regardless, even if there's nothing there. And just being able to let him do that on his own, and we don't have to really worry about too much. We just kind of follow up if he misses, or most of the time he can just create a goal. So I mean, it's awesome having someone like that. It's just takes a load off the rest of the team for sure.
Yeah, I bet. And I also have to give out a shout out to Manny and apologize. I forgot the name. That's on me. It's a little bit late here, but no, played very, very well, Manny. Absolutely appreciate you coming along and playing. Speaking of coming along and playing, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about when you first heard about the community clash. What kind of conversation was that like? What did you think when you first heard of the tournament? What was your initial reaction?
I mean, I just thought it was something kind of cool, represent UR, and then kind of see what the competition's like in the other leagues. I've played in a couple of them. I played in MLE and I've played in RSC before. It was just too many leagues, so I kind of just picked one and stuck with UR. But I mean, yeah, it's awesome seeing the competition from all these other leagues and the top players from them. So
Sure, absolutely. I do, just before I talk about the future, want to have one quick conversation about that 2 minutes of OT in game number 3, ended by your actual goal. How did it feel to score that goal and win the series for your team? Not
oh,
just for
that's
your team,
awesome.
for your league. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, we do have another team
Well,
coming
of
up,
course.
Jersey Jackals. Yeah. But yeah, it was good. It was really panicky there near the end, just kind of on defense, especially just trying to clear the ball because there were a lot of close calls. Eggplant were definitely putting the pressure on us. So once we got a nice little clear, I had a little time and just lined up that shot to the far side, and it just happened to work out for me. So yeah.
Hey, and workout it did. There's no doubt about that. Of course, with your victory, that does mean that you will come back and play tomorrow in the semifinals against Hurricane. Did you catch their match earlier? Did you see much of it? Did you get some maybe scouting done earlier tonight?
I wouldn't say I did some scouting, but I definitely I did watch the series, and they look solid. Twos is definitely our weak point when none of us
Right.
are really twos players, so that's probably gonna be a struggle. But I think definitely in threes we can definitely if we can play solid like we did today in threes, I think we can come out on top in that matchup.
Absolutely confident about coming out on top in that matchup. If you are to get to the final, let's argue for a moment that you do play the Jersey Jackals in the final. Just as a thought experiment, how do you see that game potentially going?
I mean, I'm never gonna count us out. I have to say we can beat them too.
Yes,
And I mean,
sir.
they're all solid players, so it'll be close for sure. But you know, I gotta always stick with my team, and I'm pretty sure we can definitely win that.
I love to hear that. Well, confidence coming out from your the Vancouver Wild, and why not? 3-0 victors in our second series of the night over the Eggplants from RSC, and that means that MLE and UR have two teams that are guaranteed to be in those semi-finals tomorrow, but we still have two places to find, and we will start that search at 9:30 EST. That's just over half an hour away, as we have those aforementioned Jersey Jackals taking on the Bulls. We'll see you there. Take it easy.
infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power. Infinite power. infinite power, 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 power. Infinite power.
skin for so long. Oh, I am in your head, so tell me, is it wrong? Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. You fell under my spell now, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell now, my spell.
Started the day with a 5-game series, and the second series was a 3-0 sweep, purely meaning that we have absolutely no idea what we're going to be getting as part of the community clash. Welcome back to the stream for game number 3 of the evening. It is the Jersey Jackals from United Rogue taking on the Bulls from Minor League Esports. And as you can see, I have some wonderful people either side of me, and let me introduce them to you. Joined us for the pre-show, coming back for a cast, it is Pi R Squared. How are you this evening, sir?
Oh, I'm doing just fine, and I'm even more excited than I was previously, looking to get this game underway. It's going to be an interesting matchup, especially with the recent developments that we had. The roster shifting just a little bit, so it's going to be a little interesting to see how this series plays out.
Absolutely, roster shifting. We will discuss that after we've introduced the man to my left. First time on stream this weekend. I am certain it will not be his last. Please welcome to the casting booth, Pandy. How are you today?
Happy to be here. A little under the weather, but hey, it's a community clash. Can't miss that. I mean, it's the best day. We've been anticipating this for a very long time. Very special event. Happy to be here. We've probably been talking about this the whole time, but I mean, we have 2 Clash of the Titans coming up. MLE, UR. You got one of us, Pyre Squared from UR, myself from MLE. Who knows where this could go? I mean, happy to be here, man.
Who knows where this could go? I love that, because we have absolutely no idea. Predictions have been thrown out of the window so far tonight in the community clash, and we expect to be doing the same as we push forwards into the evening. Gonna come to Pandy first and talk a little bit about these roster changes and what that kind of means for the MLE Bulls, because we've been seeing a little bit of movement around them today.
I mean, we saw the Hurricanes earlier tonight, right? They were the 3 champions in MLE. Now we have the runners-up, the Bulls, which is an equally strong team. They took them to Game 6, but they're without their top player, and that's Steez. He won't be here until about 30 minutes from now, so unfortunately he will probably end up missing the series. But they have Mixta, they have Just Tuck, and they also have Snipes, so 3 players that have put on a show this season. So it'll be definitely a very solid team, but Jersey's pretty good too. So we'll see how they can shape up against an even better team that they expected tonight as well.
Which is something I want to bring in Pi Squared with. Lottie Lettuce stepping in, subbing in for the side of the Jersey Jackals. That's a big name player coming in for this side. I mean, that pushes the potential for this team so far, doesn't it?
Absolutely right. I mean, we talked in the pre-show about the dynamic duo of Sizz and Poofy, and now that you bring in arguably one of the top players in Rocket League in Lottie Lettuce, I think it just changes the dynamic of this matchup completely from what we discussed earlier. Now we're starting to think about could the Bulls perhaps take this series? It's like, all right, back things up a little bit. Jersey's got a little bit more firepower going through into this one. It's going to be interesting to see, especially since both of these teams, their last competition was both in the grand finals. So they've got the pedigree to compete for sure.
They absolutely have the pedigree. There's no doubt about that. And it's already been proved tonight. Both of these leagues already have a team through into the semifinals. So this is a guarantee, right? That one of these leagues is going to have both of their teams cemented their place in the semifinals. Does that weigh a bit heavier on the minds of the players at all, Pandy? Or do you think that's more a challenge that they'll relish?
I mean, it always could. I mean, these players are built to face challenges. I mean, that's why they're here. That's why they are the best players in the Big 4 community leagues. I mean, this is why they're here tonight. I mean, there's a point. There's a reason. There's a reason for everything. But I mean, these 6 players, they fought to be here. They're here to show us why their leagues are the best. And we'll see. I mean, this is probably going to be one of the closest games. And we've had a sweep tonight. We've had a game 5. I mean, this could be anywhere from there to the other, but I'm hoping it's the latter. I'm hoping we see a game 5. I mean, Pi and I both got to cast the grand finals for MLE, and they both were bangers. And I'm hoping this one's the same as well.
We are absolutely hoping that this one is the same as well. We have a lot of pressure, a lot of stuff riding on this third series. So with that said, I am going to take my leave and hand it over to our brilliant casters of Pi Squared and Flash Pandy, who are going to be taking you through the Jackals taking on the Bulls. Let's see who wins.
I mean, Jersey from the UR side of things. I mean, you got the Bulls from MLE. I mean, it's definitely going to be a clash of the Titans. We've been saying that this whole time, Pi. But I mean, the entrance of Lottie Lettuce, the exit of Steez, it's going to be definitely very interesting to see how these roster changes can mix things up. I think before everything was decided, before all the roster changes were made, I think Jersey had the upper hand. And now that the Bulls' best player is gone and an even better player for the Jackals steps up, I think that is a little bit more weighing the seesaw a bit, but we'll see in a best of 5. A little bit of a different format, though. 3s versus 2s. We'll alternate the game modes between 2, but game 1, we'll start with 3s. We got 5 minutes here in game 1.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with the roster changes that we talked about, because really, Lottie, as good of a player as they are going to need some time to figure out how they slot into this Jersey roster. I mean, for as good of a player as we know that they can be, it's going to take some time before they figure out how they acclimate to what's going on the field. And for the Bulls, I mean, they've got their own issues as well, but they've been playing together for like the previous MLE season, so they've already got that chemistry built up and established, and we'll see exactly how that's going to pan out.
As already the Bulls starting out with a little bit of offense, getting out to work quickly. Lottie Lettuce, as we said, is one of the best players Rocket League has seen. One of the players that has been traumatizing leagues for years on end. Just talking to try a shot to start the game. Snipes to slot 1 down. The Bulls start with a game 1 advantage.
And we saw this, what the Bulls were able to do when they were able to establish that backboard presence and make sure that they can get those effective touches away from the defenders of Jersey. And as you can see right there, uncontested backboard. It's an easy enough read for Snipes to put home.
Jersey caught on the back foot a little bit to start the first game. As we mentioned, that Poofy and Sizz were that dynamic duo. They are not on the field tonight. As we know, Sizz will be in action tomorrow if they can make it through against these Bulls. But these Bulls, they are out. They want to win. I mean, it's unfortunate feat that they don't have Steez tonight in this series, but it seems like they are making do with it pretty well in this first minute, 20 seconds or so. We'll see how they can hold on, because this is not a sprint. This is a marathon of a 5-game series. Some pressure to face them on the backboard. Finally, a clearance out as Jersey has their first hand on offense.
Demolition off of the ball for the Bulls, taking out Lottie Lettuce, but you really do have to pay attention to this entire trio that's on the field for Jersey. They can just as easily put the ball in the back of your net with the mechanics that they have at their disposal. You can't really focus on one player to take out. You have to split your attention, and I think that's going to work in Jersey's favor.
As Mixta avoiding a demo on the near wall, Lottie's going to try and take control as this ball's firing its way through neutral field left and right, I say north and south. Mayo's going to try a double off backboard. Poofy trying to go top shelf as the bump comes through. Lottie again denial by the crossbar, but Mayo goes top bins, topper 90 to tie the game.
You know, you just had to get the kinks out, right? You only have to shoot it 3 times, and then you're allowed to put the ball in the net as Jersey so efficiently operating. Couple hits off of the crossbar, and finally they get that one to go through. A lot of pressure being generated on behalf of the Jackals. The Bulls, after that initial goal, they're kind of on their heels just a little bit.
I mean, what a bump, too, off the backboard. I mean, the Bulls, they've shown us that they have some stellar defenses. That's dangerous play. The defense not going to go through as another one leaks through on the back lines. Mayo makes it 2 for Jersey.
It's unfortunate because that touch as the third man, you're not really expecting that to go in the direction that it does. And the arc of the ball as it comes off the ceiling just out of the outstretched Fennec of that third defender. And now Jersey with the lead. The Bulls, they've got a chance to respond, but they got to get the ball away from Lottie Lettuce. Fortunately enough, they will do just that, and a double demo occurs at midfield off the ball.
Demos are one thing to keep your eye on in this game. The Bulls, they know how to get physical. As I say that, Mixta absolutely deletes Poofy off the face of the earth. It's Mixta one flick past one as you see Just Tuck like a battering ram upfield, trying to find bumps, trying to find demos to disrupt this well-oiled machine as they started out conceding a goal, but now back with 2. Couple unfortunate goals, you can say, in the way of the Bulls defense. But I mean, as of right now, still holding on to that lead, still holding on to pressure. But after that first minute, it's been all Jersey.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. The last 2 minutes or so have just been complete domination in terms of possession on side of the Jersey Jackals. Finally, the Bulls are able to get some sort of reprieve and get some sort of established offensive presence going, but just like that, it's back into their own end. Lottie Lettuce staring down the barrel of another double tap. They will get back to it, but Blade able to force the ball to the corner. Now the Bulls, they got a chance to get a breakout going. Mixta upfield for Snipes, infield for Just Tuck. Instead, launches that ball on net, trying to get something direct.
As there's some more demos coming out from the Bulls offense. They're trying to charge ahead and take out a defender. Just throw a wrench in the works of this defense for Jersey, as it currently, after their first goal, hasn't taken effect as much as they would have liked. Mixta will take control. It's going to beat out Lottie Lettuce. Poofy well covered on the backboard again. As we talked about, that first goal was conceded because of a misplay on the backboard from the Jersey defense. Seems like they have covered that now very well. 60 seconds remaining in game number 1. Still looking very good for Jersey.
It's a one-shot game for the Bulls to be able to come back into this one, but as we said before, it's just a lot of pressure, not allowing the Bulls to be able to clear their zone. Snipes is going to get one touch over Poofy, and now it's a 2v2 opportunity. Just Tuck. Blade trying to go off of the backboard. It's undefended once again. Mixta will slam it home. Tie game.
I mean, tight angle from Just Tuck. A little mistouch from Lottie as it leaks out, and that is the dangers of making a slight mistouch. I mean, at this high a competition, any sort of mistake will result in the ball being in the back of your net, and that's a dangerous play. The Bulls capitalize. That's one thing they're very good at, is capitalizing mistakes. Both teams have done it so far. We're tied, 34 seconds left.
And earlier we saw that the Jersey Jackals kind of mitigated that earlier mistake that led to the first goal, but the second goal, much like the first, with an undefended backboard, all 3 players in net, staring, watching the ball as it comes down off of the backboard. Reed able to put home off the rebound. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board in terms of their defensive structure if they're going to be able to work their way back into this game as the final seconds tick down.
That's a dangerous touch from Just Tuck. Will isolate Mixta, but that's a good job. Well done from them, as Just Tuck is going to try their hand at a net yet again. Snipes tried to go through, but Lottie again got a hand on it, sent it wide. The ball goes down. We see overtime for the first time in the series, hopefully not the last. But OT in game 1 off the kickoff. Poofy will try their hand at backboard. Again, Mayo there midfield. Another bout of pressure. Lottie trying to stick the dagger in the back. All slotted in. Game 1 goes to Jersey.
And very well done from the Jersey Jackals. Mixta kind of caught with no momentum on the back line, does about as well as they could. And then who else but Lottie Lettuce to put the game-winning goal, upper 90. There's no defending that one. The Jersey Jackals, they take game number 1.
Very well done. They faced some pressure to start the game and to end the game, but the middle was all theirs. They have to figure out, both teams are trying to figure out how they can control either the start or the end or the mid part of the games. I mean, that was definitely a flip-flop for emotions for both these teams. I mean, if you're the Bulls, you say, hey, we start out with a goal, we end regulation with a goal to force OT. In Jersey, you just finish the battle, you take game number 1, but that's only one battle of this war, of this best of 5. But little change of pace here, Pi. We go to 2v2, so we'll see who the Bulls throw out. We can predict that we see Lottie, at least for Jersey, in 2s, but we'll definitely see to come with game 2 on the horizon.
I would think so, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly how Lottie Lettuce is able to operate with the space that's afforded to you in a 2v2 scenario. But one thing I wanted to point out, we talked a lot about the dynamic duo, Sis, Poofy, and of course Lottie Lettuce coming in, but Mayo, top of the scoreboard for Jersey in that first game with 2 of their 3 goals. Cannot be understated how effective they were on the offensive end for the Jackals in that first game. The Bulls, I think they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try and figure something out. They had the physical play, they had the demos come out. It was a little bit too far interspersed in the game in order to actually build anything off of that, but the mistakes that Jersey made kept them in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, they're definitely not out of it, right? I mean, this is a setting to which you have to play perfect to win. In this case, the Bulls, they need to make a couple less mistakes, which they played very well in that last game. It just comes down to a couple little hiccups on their goal line that led to the ball just being fired in by Lottie. I mean, shot placement as well. I mean, you got to credit that to Lottie. You can't discredit the mistakes that the Bulls were making, as they're already starting out this game again with pressure. That makes 2 games in a row.
This might be something that actually favors the Bulls, because you're going to let Lottie do what Lottie does, which is going to end up in the back of your net at some point. But for all the other times that it doesn't, you can capitalize that on a counterattack scenario. You isolate Poofy in a 1v1 on the defense, and that may end up playing in your favor. Blade trying to do just that as they send the ball towards the backboard. Poofy is there, sends it out towards the corner, collects, goes ground against 1. They've got Blade 1v1 isolated, will do just enough on defense to keep the ball out of the net, and they've still got control of it. They'll go high, neutral in the midfield.
As I think the Bulls may, like you said, have the upper hand here. Just Tuck, these Bulls were your MLE 2's grand champions in Season 16 for MLE, so he kind of knows the setting, he knows how to win, he knows the competition. I mean, he's been in the scene for a long time. He certainly has played against Lottie more than once in his career, as this is certainly good preparation. Just Tuck, the pre-jump. The tight angle almost makes its way through, as that would have been absolutely disgusting. Poofy, clearance back out, as the Jersey Jackals will try their hand at offense, really for the first time in this game.
We'll get a weak shot put on net. Snipes trying to get it around Poofy. It's an open net. Lottie, they don't have the boost. The pre-flip, they try and get to it. Not enough in the tank in order to force it through the goal. And now Snipes with a 1v1 opportunity forces it wide of that far post. Back and forth we go. The pace is picked up just a little bit. Lottie acting as a lead blocker, trying to get the defense of the Bulls out of the way. Instead, they will get themselves bumped off of the ball as the ball rolls to the corner. Poofy takes possession. It's Lottie and Snipes camping in that goal. That ball actually not a shot on target, as it will roll just wide. And this has become really a track meet between these two teams as we go back and forth across the field.
Yeah, both teams really struggling to hold on to possession right now. A lot of balls that are being trying to be held are just kind of loose touches. A lot of them just kind of one-off, ending up in the other hands of the other team, excuse me. It's Just Tuck, again, up to the backboard. Lottie, good shadow defense, is going to turn that one away again. Snipes caught up just a bit too much in rotation. We'll try again to try the Doomsy touch. We'll try an own goal off Poofies. That was a nice play. The presence of mind to go for that was very strong from Snipes. Poofy even better to keep it out as the flip reset touch heading towards net. Snipes again with a nice clearance back out to the corner. Nice angle from Poofy. He's going to do the job as that one almost makes its way out. Plenty enough for it to be in. 3 minutes. 1 goal for Jackals.
It's really unfortunate because the last player for the Bulls, I don't think they had enough boost in order to turn and get back on defense for that ball as it's laying there in the corner. Well done by Jersey to capitalize on that opportunity. They get the opening goal. It could be the one that actually separates these two teams when it comes down to the end of the game.
as being a best of 5 here, the Bulls being arguably the stronger twos team in comparison to the threes competition here tonight. They have to take advantage of the opportunity they have because they know they have a threes match next. And with this being such a transition point, if they lose this game, it's not going to be easy to claw back and reverse sweep against somebody like Lottie Lettuce, against a team like Jersey. So they're going to want to try their hand at winning this game as much as they can. It's definitely in their best interest to win all games, but certainly this one, as far as momentum goes, as of right now, still pinned in their back half. Lottie Lettuce again. Won't have a teammate. Will turn it away to Just Tuck. He'll try again himself. Has plenty of boost to work with, but again, denial of service again on the backboard from Snipes.
Yeah, Poofy just a little bit too far away, not able to take full advantage of that ball as it ricocheted down from the ceiling, but Jersey still with a bout of possession. Blade turns away from the initial challenge, leaving Lottie a lot of space to do the work. They get a bump on Snipes, but instead it's Poofy with a dunk. It will go off of the crossbar and not in. Still a one-shot margin as we have less than a minute left to play.
As the Bulls certainly threatened more on their goal line in the last couple of minutes or so, is the Bulls still, I mean, almost having more recorded shots. I mean, like you said, it is a one-shot margin, so this is a game that can be decided by a single shot. As of right now, the Bulls need the upper hand with that one shot. Big demo on the goal lines will have it through. Lottie Lettuce and Poofy take the advantage now again, 2-0.
And Snipes, they would have done well enough to play this back a little bit further towards their corner, but the fact that they didn't have a lot of boost to work with, Lottie ends up getting the credit for the goal, but that one's all on the hard work of Poofy to take that defender out of the picture completely. Now it's a 2-goal advantage for Jersey to work with. Bulls, they've got their work cut out for them.
Lottie up to the backboard. That bump, it was ridiculous. Flip reset not going to go, as that would have been a highlight play for the ages, as Snipes trying to maybe find Just Tuck to the midfield. A little awkward touch from Poofy. Might be dangerous, but Lottie Lettuce again to bail him out, as that was certainly not a fun position to be in. 10 seconds to go. The Bulls need to score very fast to get themselves even a chance at taking this game to overtime, but this time leading down. Snipes to kill this ball. Poofy will try to keep it up. Doesn't matter. Jersey takes game 2, forces the Bulls on series point.
Yeah, it's a very good showing from the Jackals in both threes and twos now in the opening 2 games of this series. The Bulls, I like the way that they play. They aim to kind of play it close, mitigate the mechanical advantage that you have on the opposite side of the field in Jersey. Unfortunately, it was not enough. They weren't really able to break out of their own end in the last 2 minutes of that game. They had a very good game plan in the opening minute and a half, I would say, where they had not a majority of the possession, but they had some possession. And now it kind of shifts to, okay, we go back to 3v3. It's going to be a completely different game now that we have less space to work with.
Yeah, now there's even less error, less room for error now that it is 3v3. You can argue, hey, twos is a bit faster. It's a bit more intense as far as the speed goes. But now in this case, you got 6 players on the field, not really much room to move around. As if you turn right, you're probably dead because these players are out for blood as of right now. I mean, that first game was very full of demos. The 2v2 definitely had its fair share of physical play as well. But I mean, Jersey now with the 2-game advantage, a 2-goal advantage in that game too. We head to Utopia Desk. We'll see if Jersey can finish the clean sweep. We can see if UR, United Rogue, will be the first team with 2 teams into the second round. We'll see what we can get there. But the Bulls, they have their work cut out for them. Now, Steez possibly returning in the next several minutes. We'll see if they can extend the series further, maybe to see Steez come in at the back half of the series.
I was actually surprised a little bit in that 2v2. You thought you would get a little bit more mechanical play. There really wasn't a whole lot that stood out to me in terms of the flash factor that we thought we might get going into this series. It was very grounded, and Jersey really waited for the Bulls to make a mistake before they were able to capitalize on it. It worked out very well for them, but that kind of play style may work effectively in threes as well, as Lottie's got a defensive touch, forces it to the side. Snipes trying to hold that ball in possession. Blade will do so at the ceiling of midfield. Mixta with another touch, trying to force it to Snipes. Not going to get a good shot away, and they're able to defend and clear.
So that's one thing I was going to point out as well, building off of what you said, is that the Jackals, they aren't a team that are going to just outright scare you with mechanics. I mean, that is kind of what the Bulls are. They literally have a freestyler on their team in Steez, who again is not here tonight, unfortunately. But I mean, Lottie Lettuce, Mayo, and Poofy, they just get the job done. That's a definition of consistency, and that's what you're going to get with these Jackals. They are consistent, and that is what is so hard to read against these guys, is that they're just going to put the ball in the back of your net. They're not going to hit flip resets like crazy. They're not going to hit psycho touches or redirects or musty flicks or anything crazy, those crazy mechanics you will see from a team like the Bulls, but they're just going to wear you down. They're going to it's mentally taxing to play against these guys, and they're just going to win games. They're going to just put the ball in the back of the net, nothing crazy. They're just going to get the job done, and that's what we've seen from these three so far tonight. But the Bulls, with some very looming offense so far in this game, not really moving out of this ball, not moving much out of the pink corner as of right now. Mixta again going to try a shot again, but still denial on the back lines of the Jersey defense. Now maybe a transition play again, turned away by Snipes.
Yeah, for Jersey, it's not personal, it's business, and they're going to get the job done, like you said, 9 times out of 10. But the Bulls, they've got that 10% opportunity to perhaps steal a game and then extend the series, and then eventually maybe come back with a reverse sweep. And we could be, that would be an interesting storyline for sure. And I like the opening 2.5 minutes roughly that we've seen from the Bulls. They had a majority of the possession. It's really gone from corner to corner, not really a whole lot of offensive chances to talk about in terms of direct shots on net, but they're doing well enough to hold Jersey back. And I think that's what they're going to have to do with the remaining time that they have. One goal could be the difference.
One would think that enough pressure will be enough to break the seal, as Jersey's been on defense for the majority of this game so far. But speaking of which, we now see a transition play. Just Tuck caught a little bit awkward in net. Mayo will try their hand to the backboard again, as Snipes again will defer back to the left wall. Mixta will be forced to make a save, as finally we see some offense from Jersey. Their first recorded shot just a minute ago. The second one going to be turned away again. Poofy try to just keep this possession rolling, but finally transition play back for the Bulls, as Lottie moving back through neutral again, trying to find a double tap. Tight angle again, turned away by Mixta. Maybe again transition play for the Bulls, but still no goal. Speaking of shot, Mixta gonna fire one from the left wall, make it 1 goal for the Bulls.
The transition from defense to offense, assisted by Snipes with a great dunk to keep possession in the offensive half of the Bulls. And here comes Mixta, as well as they did on defense, slamming it into the back of the net, give the advantage to the Bulls. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. It could come down to being a one-shot game. The fact that they scored so late in this game gives them confidence. But if there's anybody that can equal the favor, it's going to be these Jersey Jackals.
MLE Bulls, though, they're not showing it. They're showing us that they are not going anywhere. They are not done yet. Yes, they're down 0-2 in the series. Yes, they may not have their best player, but they are showing us that they have some fight left in them. Snipes is going to try his hand at it again. Turned away by Lottie Lettuce, as that has just been the script all night. Lottie Lettuce being the one to deny much of the offense that the Bulls have presented so far on the goal line. But the Bulls still with a 1-goal advantage here in game number 3. They're trying to extend the series to yet a second 2v2, but still a minute 10 seconds to go. This ball dangerous, as this still will give Lottie Lettuce a chance. But still scoreless for the Jackals. Not a script we have seen so far tonight. Mayo trying to turn that on its head, but again denied by the crossbar. Still no goals for the Jackals.
And you see, as this ball was in midfield, you can see the Bulls rotating. Team defense is going to be key, but Lottie Lettuce trying to make that narrative turn on its head. The crossbar will deny the Jersey Jackals twice in repeat fashion, but they still have possession in the corner. Mayo with a sharp angle shot towards the far post. How does that go in?
I mean, all the offense that we have seen so far in this game, and that's the goal that ends up going in. I mean, I think that's just Snipes being caught a little bit cheating too far up front post. I mean, there's nobody back, nobody third. Could just be a lack of communication there, but the Bulls, that's a major mistake that'll keep this game tied.
30 seconds remaining. The difference between a sweep and perhaps a continuation of the series to be determined, and whoever potentially scores the next goal. Snipes the defensive touch towards the corner. Demo will open things up on the back line. Mayo will put in their second of this game, and it's a late lead for the Jackals.
I mean, heartbreaking for the Bulls. Honestly, just an unlucky break, as the demo certainly was the thing to allow this ball to make its way in. I mean, there was a defender there. Next, you look up, and he is gone, and that is a lead for Jersey. I mean, you look at 20 seconds ago, those who just dropped their phone on the floor had to reach up and grab it. Now 2 goals have been scored for Jersey. Make it 3, as that's going to be the dagger put in the back of the Bulls. See you later, MLE.
Oh my goodness, that's Lottie Lettuce doing Lottie Lettuce things, coming from the ceiling, getting their flip to continue the ball, the touch over the last defender. You couldn't really ask for much more if you're looking for a mechanical prowess. And 3 unanswered goals for Jersey, as you said, kind of putting the damper on the effect of the Bulls so far. And now with under 10 seconds left to play, it's looking a lot less likely that this series is going to go the distance.
Unfortunately, we don't see the Game 5, the Game 7 that we saw with the Bulls in the Grand Finals for MLE. But we do see a double appearance for United Rogue in the semifinals of this Community Clash tournament. Congratulations to Lottie Lettuce, Mayo, and Poofy. Also, Sizz cheering on his team in the chat as well. Major win for them. Unfortunate we see the Bulls go, but what a job getting that one done for Jersey. The Bulls are ready to play with the Jersey Jackals. My goodness, they were even more ready. They were warmed up. They had fight in them.
Absolutely, and it's the discussion that I think is going to happen, in the chat as the whole event continues on into tomorrow is what would have happened if Steez was able to play on behalf of the Bulls. I think it would have been a little bit closer in terms of the results that we saw. I mean, we did have an overtime in game number 1 for sure, but I think with Steez, this is a different Bulls team that ends up taking the field just because they
Okay, so they'll have a bit of a conversation. Then we'll get thrown to. I'll have a quick brief recap,
and it would have been
then we'll
nice
get
to
into
see that matchup. However, props to Jersey. They came in, they were effective, they took care of business, and they get to move on to the next round.
Yeah, they definitely took care of business. That's not an easy team to turn away from the semifinals, and they did just that. I mean, that's a very impressive outing from them. United Rogue, they have shown up in this tournament. They have shown up tonight, and that's certainly an impressive feat. But speaking of Jersey Jackals, speaking of the winner, we have our very own Rhino Boy with Lottie Lettuce for an interview. This has been Pyre Squared. This has been me, Pandy. Rhino, take it away with an interview.
Our second sweep of the weekend, and it is once again caused by a United Rogue team. It just seems to be the way that this league operates. They are absolutely showing up here in the Community Clash, doing absolute work, and none more so than the man that you see to my left, Lottie Lettuce. Welcome to the interview booth. First off, how are you? How are you doing after that game?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Oh, thanks, man. I'm doing very, very well, thank you. All the better for seeing you absolutely pop off in the server with no regard for anyone's families or their lives. That was pretty nuts of you. Let's break down that game, shall we? I mean, first game went to OT. Second game made it seem relatively okay in the doubles, and then that third game, you went 1-0 down, but definitely pulled it back. I mean, that last goal. Can you just talk us through what your mindset is when you're jumping off the wall to make those kinds of plays? I mean, it was absolutely insane.
Yeah, so I took it up to the ceiling and I was trying to get like a pinch, but honestly it didn't work out. So I kind of just like free balled it on the way down. I thought whoever was initially challenging the ball was actually going to hit it. So it honestly really took me off guard. But thankfully, I was able to get back to the ball in time and I got like a weird pop and it just ended up working out. So
Yeah, I mean, I also have to ask though. I mean, the Bulls had the lead for quite a long time in that game number 3. It was 37 seconds remaining on the clock where you managed to get the equalizer. What were the comms like? Were they a little bit frantic getting towards that kind of 0-minute mark?
yeah, things were definitely a little like iffy, I guess. Just like we haven't played together like a crap ton. So it was kind of just getting into the swing of things, but we ended up making a pretty good team, honestly. So
There's no doubt about that. You guys absolutely went off. I mean, I do want to talk about the rest of your team, of course, as well. They absolutely showed up and showed out. Talk to me about what it's like to play with these guys on your team, Mayo and Poofy.
yeah, they definitely made it very easy on me, especially Poofy in the twos. That guy was a menace, just like demoing everyone and bumping everyone.
Sure.
But yeah, both those guys are awesome. They were great teammates.
Great to hear, man. Well, if After this win, you guys go through to the semi-finals, and you will be playing the winners of the Dragons from the FDL or Glacier Mints from RSC, and that is our next game. Are there any names across those two teams that you recognize, that you kind of notice and want to shout out?
Honestly, I'd have to take a look because I was kind of a last second like substitute. So,
I can give you some names. We've
okay,
got
yeah.
Prosperity 2K, we got Just Tuck, we got Gucci, and then on the other side we got Tons, Spark Nova, and Geherpadup.
Yeah, I know Prosperity and Just Talk from way back. Those guys are both like really awesome. They're both good friends of mine. So I hope to see them do good, and hopefully we'll get to play them.
Would definitely be a fun game, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Lastly, I just have to ask, and this is the first time I've really asked this weekend, but I really want to get your take on this. Can the Jersey Jackals win it all this weekend?
Oh, 100%. You are on top.
That sounds like as good a sign off as any to get us out of here. Thank you so much for joining us in the interview booth, Lottie Lettuce. A reminder, that is your Jersey Jackals winning in a 3-0 sweep against the Bulls from MLE. Congratulations, my man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. And with that said, we are going to go to another break. But when we come back, it will be the Dragons of FDL taking on Glacier Mint from the RSC. We are looking for about a 10:45 kickoff, but stay on this Twitch channel because there is quite a lot of time between now and then. So if we can get things started earlier, we might just do that. But from myself and from Lottie Lettuce, we will see you very, very soon.
infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power, infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power.
we have reached the end of our first day here at the Community Clash. Well, we very nearly have, because there is one more series to be played, and it is the FDL Dragons taking on the Glacier Mint from RSC. And to bring you that, we have some of FDL's finest. And I'm sure this won't be a biased cast in the slightest. To my right, we have the magnificent beard returning. It is KG Fan. How are you today, sir?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. I'm excited for this matchup right here.
Absolutely. And to my left, he played in a game earlier. He's casting now. He really does everything there is to do in Rocket League. Please welcome to the casting booth, Sleeveless with a K. How are you tonight, Chris?
Absolutely fantastic. This has been such a nice night of Rocket League. And the final one here, one of the teams going to Championship Sunday. We'll have 3 leagues there. May the best team win.
May the best team win indeed, and that is a conversation that we have to have, because we have some very good teams coming up for us today. One player who has just played a series, so nice and warmed up on the Dragons, it's Prosperity, Just Tuck, and Gucci. KG, this team, oh my goodness, it's an all-star roster as far as the FDL goes, right?
Yeah, I think so. And it's going to be interesting again, since FDL is not usually 3s. It's going to be interesting to see what they've got going on, how the rotations go. But it's going to be exciting, especially since the first cast I did, the 3s was won by FDL. So I don't know. It's going to be kind of fun.
It is going to be kind of fun. And Chris, unfortunately, going to have to be a resident RSC expert here in this particular game. We have Tons, Spark Nova, and Gaherpaderp coming in for the Glacier Min. I mean, that's an all-timer Rocket League name, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in the battle of the names right now, RSC takes the cake on this one. You can't go wrong with Gaherpaderp. But I know Spark Nova, he's been around leagues. I know what he can bring to get wins, and I am looking at that player right there to push the Mint forward through to day 2.
To push them through into day 2. This is actually a very important game, because neither of these leagues have got a team through into day 2 yet, and this is the last chance to be able to do that. One of these teams will have both teams crash out in the quarterfinals. KG, does that add to the pressure of this game?
Absolutely, especially if you have any pride in your league. You don't want to be the one that doesn't move on. You want to be representing, and I could see from all the other games that they all wanted it, and just unfortunately not every team can make it.
Not every team can make it, and we will see exactly how that goes, because I believe the players are in the server and we are ready to get our final series underway. With that said, it is Dragons taking on Glacier Mint for the final spot in day 2. Take us away, Chris.
Absolutely. The first of the final 5 minutes is upon us. Glacier Mint versus the Dragons. Here we go with game number 1. Mike, taking it around the sidewall here. Gaherpaderp gonna go for that one. Dragons getting some early offensive pressure here, pushing it through to the side. Just Talk still trying to get through that corner, but the Mint will not budge on that one. Finally, back down the other half. Prosperity won't let that happen for more than a second. They do not want to give any more pressure, and in a style where it is 2's priority in FDL, they know they need to bring up as much pressure as their opponents are putting up. So I think the Glacier Mint really need to look to, hold down on the defense. And so far, they are performing an extremely great feature on that. A dangerous touch from Prosperity, but Tuck will bail them out.
Yes, the action's pretty solid to start off. A lot of crisp hits. Everybody's feeling each other out. You can tell right away that both teams not looking to be too aggressive, but at the same time are not scared of each other. It's kind of nice to see, as right now it's a lot of good defense. Great demo. The physical play coming up. Spark dodges one and is able to 50 this into the corner. Doesn't win that 50 as that gets pinched. Gaherpaderp gets taken out by Tons, who takes a ton of his weight into Gaherpaderp, sending him flying.
Yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication will lead to an instant goal. Just Talk, way to be there. Champion in FDL, champion in MLE's 2v2s. He knows what it takes to get wins. He can push his team all the way through to the end. RSC, there is some things to work on, but I think they are one of the leagues that will thrive in the 3v3 as they are primarily based there. Just going to take a little bit of getting used to. Monkeys, they got away with a sneaky win for the very first match. RSC, it doesn't mean much. Game 1, brand new. I mean, we got plenty of time to go. And is that a Rule 1 taking place in the corner? It is incredible to see that.
Yes, it is. And does that make the Dragons dangerous right now, being a 2s league? And we got a little bit of a send it. Oh, man. Spark Nova almost getting that to go in, near posting it. Just Tuck trying to double tap. Does get a little bit of one, but Gaherpaderp is able to collect this. Trying to get it around Just Tuck. And Just Tuck is able to get that save. Both teams playing really fast. This is going up. Gaherpaderp off the 50. Gets that to go in. What a great read by Gaherpaderp.
Yeah, what a great pass. 50 into the midfield from Spark Nova. Might have been 2v2 advantage to FDL, but RSC will take that, equalize, half the game to go. Still a lot of pressure, but RSC to capitalize on that, bring it closer is what you want to see. Spark Nova on that touch. Just Tuck, a little awkward, but he'll get one away. Tons. Just to keep it in the Dragons half right now. The field spreading more and more between the teams. The pass downfield. Oh, Spark Nova's there. But Tons, he's going to keep up the pressure. He's got one in the midfield. Gaherpaderp's up and he scores!
What a touch by Tons up there. Nice and patient on this second one here. And just enough. Prosperity didn't pre-jump. Just Tuck. Mike is Mike. None of them. They did not pre-jump, and they probably needed to at that moment. I think that the aggressive play is probably going to pick up a little bit if the Mint keep going the way they are. But both teams, I think, are playing pretty darn solid. Neither team really at like a huge advantage right now. I'm excited to see the rest of this game.
Absolutely, and another opportunity. Spark Nova around 1. Prosperity, he'll find his teammate on the side. Mike, he's got one more and a 50. Push him that much farther. Tons, he's got to turn on it. The demo takes out the net. Tons, not a lot of boost, but he'll get over to Gaherpaderp, who has been phenomenal in this series so far in Game 1. Dragons, they're trying to find more ways to break out of their half. Ever since the start of the game, they haven't found too much pressure.
No, not enough to get there, although this is a good little attempt for something. Nobody follows it. Tons going up, sending it to Gaherpaderp. Gaherpaderp with nice, good play. Mike tried to read that. A big win. Good job by Tuck on that. Tons comes in and Tuck on another. That's a double 50 win to get the ball out of their zone, making it tough for Spark. A little bit of a pinch, but Tons reads that one and gets that back into the corner, keeping the Mint inside the Dragon zone for a very long time now, Chris.
Yeah, it feels like they're living rent-free right now in the Dragons half. Tons is going to take one to the back wall. Prosperity doing everything he can just to find it out, but at midfield line, that is where the Glacier Mint are excelling right now, keeping it locked in. The bump comes through. Tons with the shot. 3 commit.
Wow.
It's not in the net. Taking everything the Dragons have just to keep them within 1. 40 seconds left on the clock, KG. Dragons, they need something, and they need it quick.
Yes, the Mint keep just hammering that zone, but unfortunately, now we have a counterattack possibility, but that ball is going to bounce up in the air. Tons not getting that. Prosperity keeping it in the zone, but now the time is ticking. Spark Nova able to get around 1. I think maybe a little, I like that little fake there as Spark Nova tries to take it, but this is going to go to the opposite side. 1 back, almost a 3v1 for a couple of seconds there. That's going to hit the ceiling. Mike is up. What a save by Gaherpaderp. And Tons coming in on that one. Spark Nova hitting it down towards their own goal. This is dangerous as Gaherpaderp is able to save this, kick it to the side. The ball's on the wall. They're looking to send it down. Prosperity keeps it up in the air. We have a chance here as Just Tuck sending it against the wall. But Gaherpaderp reads it, saving it, and ending this game. What a win by the Mint.
Yeah, and it didn't go without saying, too. Dragons came to life, start and end of the game. Wasn't enough to push them through, but the Mint able to control the field, holding the Dragons to just 3 shots in total. I mean, that is incredible pressure from the Mint, and I was saying they are going to excel in this 3v3, but we are going to the 2v2 right now. you know we're going to see Just Tuck and Prosperity. They won FDL last season. I don't know who we're going to see out of the Mint, but you know that Prosperity and Tuck connection is going to be, very present on this field. And I want to see how the Mint deal with it, because this game felt very calm to them with the amount of pressure they had.
Yes, Mint. I'm going to say the Dragons weathered the storm very well. Only 2 goals. That just goes to show you how high level these players are. And this is why that they're here. And this is why that they're so good. You can see right off the bat. I remember the only weird thing I saw was Tons kind of whiff one definitely on accident, and kind of left the ball in their own zone. But other than that, crisp hits, no panic. These guys know what they're doing, and it's showing on the field. And I'm in agreement with you. I can't wait to see what this game brings. Do the Dragons end up taking it to them, or do the Mint really just kind of change up their game style and get that 2s win?
I mean, this is kind of what benefits the format as well. It kind of gets the best of every league. FDL, very 2s based. MLE, they've got a mix of 2s and 3s in there now, but originally started as 2s. So FDL, you have the advantage in this one based off of paper, but Tons and Gahurpaderp were the 2 players that we saw really excel in that first game. And the chemistry to push them forward, will it be enough to force match point? Well, only 5 minutes will tell, and Tuck trying to get that one through. Gahurpaderp was getting just messed around with by Prosperity on the goal line, but right back the other way. Teams taking their shots. Prosperity comes down on that one. Tons will take it high to the backboard. Uncontested. Prosperity, another bounce there. Gahurpaderp, not expecting that one. Tuck to break it through. Dragons, they're looking at their first offensive opportunity thus far. Prosperity, he's got time. The bump comes through the rotation. Not going to be there, but a massive 50 for Gahurpaderp.
Yeah, and that team bump right there by the Dragons could have led to something bad, but unfortunately no capitalizing from the Mint right here. Gahurpaderp just going to try to air drag it down and bully it in, and does, basically dunking. I think it was Prosperity, if I'm remembering correctly. No, it's just Tuck coming off the wall, not able to get this. What a angry play by Gahurpaderp.
A menace on the field for the Dragons in game 1, now seemingly going over to game 2 as well. Tuck, he's up for this one. He's beating everyone. Prosperity's there with the cleanup, back post right behind Gahurpaderp. That's the Dragons connections you want to see.
Yes, and what a great placement. This is on purpose. I don't care what anybody says. Prosperity saw Gahurpaderp come in, put it behind, and it's a great placement. And you really can't do anything about that unless you basically see it coming. So we're going to have Just Tuck and Tons. And like 2 cars just come slamming in. That ball doesn't want to go too far. Tons is able to get this back to Gahurpaderp, who sends it on. Tuck is able to clear this into the corner, with Prosperity sending it and clearing it to the opposite side. Beautiful hit. I just love the crisp and clean touches you see sometimes at these high levels. They can really, the touches can really keep people honest. With a miss by Prosperity. Tons coming in. Just Tuck gets there in time. There's a possibility right there, ended by the Dragons defense.
Oh, yeah. One of the greatest things about 2s is the field is always so open. Without that one man on the field, you never know what you're going to be safe with and what you're not going to be. It can instantly go in your net before you can even blink. And I think that is right now excelling. That's a big shot. Gahurpaderp finds the second. 3 minutes left to go. And an absolute all-star in the making.
Yeah, that ceiling, and then a ball hits the wall, and it just... Tuck not able to get back in time. Just not able to get back in time, if you know what I'm saying. Just Tuck's going to meet Tons here in the middle. And Just Tuck's going to win that one, I'd say. Prosperity doesn't read it. Lets Just Tuck go for it. Just Tuck on target as Tons... Actually, no, I think Gahurpaderp makes the save. Nice fake by Prosperity. Gahurpaderp is able to turn around in time, come off the wall. Just Tuck tries to keep it in, and a clear out by Tons, and an opportunity by the Dragons. Not quite coming to fruition for them either. The score still 2-1 in Mint's favor.
Yeah, and Tons running a little low on boost. The Dragons putting in that vice grip of a hold. Gahurpaderp still running on fumes here. Finds Ton in the midfield, though. What a play to find the back post. RSC and the Glacier Mint up 2 now at halftime.
That is a nice touch by Tons. Got the right hit. It goes far post, outside of the reach of Just Tuck. Yet again, just not in time. Looking to get this. That ball's going to go to Prosperity. Prosperity slows it down, trying to make a play. Flip reset time. Can't quite get it. Herpaderp, nice patient play, is able to get this. Just Tuck goes flying over the ball with Prosperity looking to get the corner boost and secure. It does turn on the ball real quick. I don't think Herpaderp realized it. Tons coming in to try to stick it against the wall with Tuck controlling this one. Not getting dunked. Passing it up to Prosperity. Just Tuck looking to bump it. Herpaderp's able to avoid yet another team play and get the clear and save.
Oh, and right back down the other
way.
way. Is that the hat trick for Herpaderp? It sure is. You know how fast the ball can change. The tempo, so quick. Dragons, so close to that 2v1 play, gets turned right back around. RSC, less than 2 minutes. They're on top right now, but I feel like, you know, this is kind of where the Dragons can excel, is they can slow down the pace of play. If they can get things, you know, under control. They're spreading themselves really thin, but right there, a little too much time on the rotation. Prosperity able to take the time with the flick, get it all under control, and that is what Dragons are going to bring second half of this game.
I agree. I saw Herpaderp go for that corner boost, trying to secure it, but with Prosperity's great touch, that ended up being, in hindsight, with Rocket League hindsight being 50-50, it ended up being the wrong play. A double bump. Just Tuck has a chance. No, not hard enough to get this sent. That really would have changed things, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. Bringing that goal within one, ticking down the clock. That's a great pass forward. Tuck just a little bit off on that shot, though. Herpaderp getting challenged. Dragons, they're getting faster. They're getting more touches in the opposing half. Herpaderp trying to find Tons. Tuck, he's going to roll that up the wall. 2 commit for the Mint, though. Getting a little bit dicey communication. They want to keep the ball in the half, but they don't want to break down on the rotations. A massive 50 for Tons. The follow-up's even better, and that is a 5-goal score for the Glacier Mint right now. Absolutely steamrolling game 2.
Yes, I mean, a minute to go in 2s this high of level. The expectation is you're not going to give this up, but you never know. The Dragons have a lot of fight in them. It's 5-2. If they can get some sort of quick goal here, honestly, I feel like the confidence can come back and you can change it, but that touch doesn't look good. Prosperity not... Oh, then luckily Tuck, well, I can say it's luckily, that's a skill here. Prosperity, a little bit of a miss hit, almost bullying that in as Herpaderp able to deflect it. Just Tuck looking for a nice little touch, not able to get it as Herpaderp clears it out. We're coming up on 30 seconds to go here, Chris. The Dragons, they don't have too much time left, do they?
No, and it feels like they're spreading themselves more and more thin with every second ticking down. They don't need to really put all to the, you know, plate, but now they've kind of forced themselves in a spot where they have to, and that is not what you want to see. We could be looking at a reverse sweep situation. That's one into the midfield, but 10 seconds left on the clock. Dragons in a risky spot, and I feel like they just slow it down a little bit, take that time. They, you know, 2s is a patient game. You've got a lot of space to work with, and it felt like they were trying to force a lot of stuff too early on. And that's kind of what led them here. But my goodness, Herpaderp, 1,100 drop, 8 saves. I mean, 10 saves for the Mint and 6 for the Dragons is a crazy goal line.
Yes. They almost had the same amount of shots per. Basically ended up that the Mint had the ones that went in. I know that sounds kind of stupid, but it really is what went down. The 2 goals, 5 goals. Mint basically took advantage of the Dragons' mistakes, and the Dragons weren't able to punish the Mint when they made theirs. They had a couple of opportunities, and I think maybe, I'm not going to say confidence drop, but when you miss a few of those and the other team gets them, it can throw things off. I don't think that the Dragons are out of this. They've been playing some good Rocket League, but the Mint, they're on a roll here. RSC's got to be pretty proud, and I'm not going to lie to you. I play in RSC, not at this level, but it is good to see both these leagues representing as well as they are. I can't wait to see what comes up next.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, Dragons, I think it all comes down to execution at the end of the day for these teams. Dragons, they're, Mint is just putting in the shots. They are executing so well on all of these opportunities. Dragons, they're just so, it's right there. It just needs to be a little bit more controlled when they get past that midfield line. It's been so hard for them to break out of their own half that it leads them to just panic. And then you want to see them take a little bit more control on that. They could be completely fine. It's a brand new game. It's a new 5 minutes. It's game 3. We could be looking at RSC going to the championship Sunday. Spark Nova, he'll get back in and he'll score the first one.
They're saying no offense, guys. It's late. I want to go out tonight. I was planning on going somewhere, having fun. They're trying to end this. Meanwhile, the Dragons are trying to light a fire somewhere. And they definitely don't want to give up another goal quickly. Prosperity with a great read. Just Tuck if they get the good touch. Unfortunately, an open goal opportunity. Not able to get in, but Mike is able to clear this up, and they really needed that. I mean, I can't lie. Just Tuck missing it that bad, that might have that could have popped something there and popped a bubble.
Yeah, and well, Tuck's also expecting the other player to go for it. He's playing for the dunk, so the fact that he at least gets that on target, puts it in a good spot for his teammate to come through with that final shot is already good enough. They're already putting a little bit more control into their touches. They do need to, clean it up a little bit more, but I'm not too worried about it just yet. They're getting that goal in what should be an open net 9 times out of 10. They're getting that done. That's what you want to see. That's the first step. Second step, keeping it out of your net. And Tuck is doing just that, but not a lot of boost to work with. Dragons getting overwhelmed right now. Gaherpaderp going to keep that in the corner. Tons comes through. Spark Nova with the final shot. Gets beat out by Prosperity, and now it's a foot race back for the Mint.
Oh, this is a good pass. Just Tuck trying to go up, giving it to Mike. That's going to go in, but Spark Nova, great save. Prosperity needing to get back. Tons with a good bump. Spark Nova is able to get there in time. And the rotations from the Dragons, unfortunately, not getting back in time. Good job by Tons slamming Prosperity out of the way. This is some good play here, as I love the big brain play.
Taking out the last man instead of just going for the quick shot. Prosperity could have gotten back if it was that one-on-one, but the Mint turns it into the 2-on-1, and it makes it that much easier to commit. Oh my gosh, it's so close on the goal line. But a little bit of brute force on the goal line never hurt anyone. Dragons, they're going to get a quick one off kickoff, and in some fashion too.
I think, what do they say? The more cars you send at the ball, the more chance you have to score, right? And that kind of what happened. Just Tuck and Prosperity, they kind of took up a lot of the ball and the area that was there, and nobody on the Mint could really do anything about it, as they needed that 2-2 here. What a game. 3:30 to go as Gaherpaderp trying to send it up. Prosperity's there. No, Prosperity gets beat by Gaherpaderp. There was a demo in the back end, though. Good job by the Dragons to play physical and keep them on their toes. Mike trying to send this in back while Gaherpaderp reading that one. It's sent right back in. Just Tuck has enough time to get this, as Spark Nova trying to keep it inside the Dragon zone. So I don't know, Chris. It's even right now. I think both teams, none of them really have the foothold that they're hoping for this game.
No, but it is a little bit concerning to see RSC breaking down in the rotations like they are. A big double commit there, but Prosperity tips it back all the way to his half. The shot, the double commit on defense from both these teams right now is of concern. No touch there from Prosperity, and Spark Nova will get the hat trick. Put his team in the lead again. The Mint, they do not want to go down, especially when they have a 2-series lead. That is going to do wonders for them.
Yes, that was just a miss by Prosperity. It's one of those things where you're kind of expecting your teammate to get that ball. Just Tuck was a little bit out of position, unfortunately, and great read. And that's what, again, this is where you got to capitalize off the mistakes, and the Mint right now are doing that. And the Dragons, I think they just need to take advantage of one of them, give themselves some confidence, even though it's 2-3. Right now, Mint, I think, have a little bit of the momentum on their side.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the amount of pressure that they are putting up as well is overwhelming the Dragons at points. Mike, last one back. Spark Nova, another shot towards the back wall. But the clear comes out. Oh my gosh, that one's dangerous on net. Mike doesn't have a touch though, and it's 2 from RSC to commit. Just Tuck. He's gonna take it up to the ceiling. He's got 1 touch, straight back down. Tons gonna be first to it. Another double commit comes through. Prosperity though, in the corner. Take it to the back wall, but a clear bails out the Mint for now. And an absolutely threatening sequence, which should have been a Dragon's goal, but the Mint, they fended off the rest of the pressure. They'll keep in the lead, and this is a dangerous spot for Tuck. He's in a one-on-one. Tons! He doesn't lose that 2-goal lead now with less than 100 seconds.
Oh, if you're the Dragons, I think some of this here was like a weird, again, 50-50 hindsight. They're just, they didn't attack when they should have, and they pulled away when they shouldn't have, and that kind of led, the little apprehension led to that. I still think there's plenty of time in this game. They've put some opportunities on. There have been some mistakes by the Mint. They just need to have that confidence and capitalize as Tuck's able to get there. Just Tuck sending it down, gets the 50, kept it in, but a good job by SparkNova to clear this. Mike keeping it in. Trying to send it in, gets the near post. What a save by Herpaderp, who's still trying to end it right now. Chris, this is an intense game.
The Dragons, I think what they need to start doing is sending everything they have at it. Mike, he's trying to force that one through. Little Doomsy Dash, Prosperity on the goal line, pushes it through. It might not look pretty, but it gets the job done, and they're within 1.
Oh, when Mike missed that, and then Prosperity hit the post, I honestly thought that was coming out, and I don't know what I would have said. I maybe cried something. I don't know. This is getting intense. What a game. A minute to go. This has an opportunity here as SparkNova gets a great clear. Just Tuck is up, sending it to Mike. Mike coming up. Not quick enough to read that one. An opportunity yet again, not quite there, as Prosperity going to take it away from Herpaderp. Probably a good move. Looking for a little bit of an air drag. Gets it around SparkNova. Tons is able to read it. Herpaderp, nice and patient, sending it into SparkNova, who sends it back to Herpaderp. Good read by Just Hook to stop it. We've got 30 seconds left, Chris. This game is getting intense, but there's still a 1-goal lead.
This is anywhere but, you know, where the Dragons want the ball to be. They do not want to have to play 30 seconds while they are down by 1. Prosperity running some interference there. Mike is going to come through. Big touch. Second shot. It's on target. Front post. What a save from SparkNova.
No way.
To Herpaderp to push it through to the midfield. 10 seconds left on the clock. To the back wall. Herpaderp's up. Herpaderp scores.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, you gotta be kidding me. That's gonna end it like that. The opportunity for the Dragons on one end, and the transition goal by Herpaderp. Sorry, it's been absolutely all over the place, getting me tongue-tied there, Chris.
Oh my goodness, me too. And Dragons, they've had their opportunities, but the Mint able to capitalize on them more, and with a name like Herpaderp, Championship Sunday is made for you. Tons, get yourself on the scoreboard. RSC, welcome to Championship Sunday, making a statement, taking out FDL.
Oh, that save at the end by SparkNova basically sealed the deal, and what a series. I mean, I know it was a sweep, but my God, it really didn't feel like it. And that last game just kind of just put me over the edge. That was a fantastic. I got to say thank you for FDL. Thank you for United Rogue. Thank you for MLE, and thank you for RSC for kicking some butt here, bringing everybody here. And chat, you guys were absolutely wonderful too. You guys give yourself an absolute round of applause. You guys were wonderful. But Chris, I got to know, how did you feel?
Oh my God, tonight for day 1 has been amazing to watch. All of the teams, even though we got 3 sweeps on the night, they were all so close in series.
I mean, not much to talk about.
I'll be biased.
Hi.
And with that, that is our final game done and dusted. Our third sweep of the night. We started off with a 5-game series, but then we follow with 3 sweeps. That's the way it goes sometimes in Rocket League. That is the situation. And you can see I am joined here by one of the victors from that previous game, RSC's Glacier Mint. And it is, of course, Spark. How are you this evening?
Hey, it went pretty good. How are you guys?
Did go pretty good. We're doing okay. We're hanging on. We're hanging on. It's been a
Nice.
long stream. But but we're getting there. But we're getting there. I mean, talk to me about this series, right? It felt like it was relatively easy street for you guys. Did you feel that as well?
Oh yeah, it was 100% easy. I kind of felt like free play to me. I didn't realize we were playing other people, but they played okay, I guess.
Goodness. Okay, wasn't expecting that, but I'll try and recompose. Hey, for game 1, let's be honest. It was very, very difficult. You guys won 2-1, but it was very, very close. And hey, if that rule 1 hadn't happened, then maybe something else goes down. But talk to me about that. How that rule 1 changed game 1 for you guys.
I mean, honestly, I didn't even realize it was happening. He just kind of said that he's sitting there when that rule 1 is happening. But I mean, at the end of the day, since it was me and I think it was Gerherp playing that 2v2 technically, when we went into the 2v2 the next game, he kind of Gerherp used the random number generator to find out who was going to sit.
That's so funny. That's so great. I mean, it's also worth bringing up that second game, right? Because playing against a doubles league, you maybe would have expected a bit more of a fight from the duos. But what was it about Tons and Gerherp that absolutely just flew through that game for you guys?
Oh yeah, I have no idea. There were just animals in that game too. They popped off. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I was expecting like a closer game, maybe like a 2-2, 3-3 kind of overtime. But like no, they played amazing and they popped off.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of popping off, there's only one man we can really talk about, and that's Gerherp. The guy went absolutely crazy across all 3 games, was scoring left, right, and center with some beautiful aerials as well. What does it give your team to have a player like that? Just being able to pass upfield and know he's going to put it in the back of the net.
I mean, with Gerherp, it's so easy. We've played a couple of weeks now as a team, and me and Tons just already know like Gerherp's gonna turn on that ball. So anytime it's in this vicinity, I just know like he's gonna get some kind of touch, and if he can't, he'll let us know. But he makes it he makes it a lot easier to just play around him.
Absolutely, and that must be a wonderful feeling. Tomorrow, you guys will be playing against the Jersey Jackals. Did you watch any of their game at 9:30? Did you see anything that maybe you're concerned about? Some things that you need to have a look at?
Oh yeah, I saw that, but I think it'll be just like a free play 2.0. I don't really see any issues going on there for tomorrow with us.
You've been called out, Jersey. Time to respond. Down this stream. So we've got a few thank yous to make, of course. First one goes to all of the casters that you've been hearing across the night. Thank you so much to Ajax, Bash Radala, KG Fan, Chris with a K, Pandy, Chaos, and Pi R Squared. You were all excellent. I'm sure everyone in chat will agree. Thank you also so much to our streamer, Original Thor. He's put a lot of work into this weekend, and it's coming through in the production, and he's doing God's work in the booth. There's no doubt about that. Also, we've got to give a shout out to Hot Grandma. Thank you so much for all the work you've done today, being our match official. We didn't really have one going into today, so thank you so much for the work that you have done tonight. Thank you to all of the players for coming out and showing us some incredible Rocket League, and some of them ain't done yet, as they will come back for tomorrow. And finally, and most importantly, a shout out to you, the communities of all 4 of our leagues, who without you guys watching, as I say, this would just be another stream that we do, but we have had some serious viewing numbers tonight, and we really appreciate every single one of you taking time out to come along, watch some Rocket League. It's been a blast. I hope you agree, and there's more to come tomorrow. So with that said, we will see you tomorrow night, 6 p.m. EST for the pre-show. 7 p.m. is when the Rocket League starts, and that's all there is to say. See you there.